Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you here at the Blue Otter League for the Master Division in the wild card. Looking forward to seeing who's going to match our team in the playoffs. My name is Cherry J, joined by Feedonomics. How are you feeling about this?
I mean, I'm just we have a best of 5 series. Like best of 5 series are always good, Sherry. That we get more League of Legends. It's more League of Legends time.
Absolutely. We know
That's
these
that's how I
teams, they
look at it.
both can make it up there.
Yeah. And we are getting into picks and bans.
I mean, this is still Fearless Draft, so if these two teams can give us a good competition, I wouldn't be surprised if we do end up going to a whole 5-map series with how well both these teams have played in that regular season. It would not surprise me in the least. Already, we see some junglers banned off the table. We do see that Ivern, an interesting one for sure, usually gets a little bit of priority towards those bans due to how kind of obsolete it can be when it comes to making you disappear in those bushes and following it up with an Aurora ban. Lots of characters that just go invisible. And on the opposite side, a little bit of AP towards the jungling section, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, it looks like we're primarily getting a bunch of junglers and, top laners banned out aside from Aurora. And then we have the first lock-in over on Ember for Varus. So I'm gonna assume that we're gonna maybe plan a poke comp to start. That's sort of always the way that it looks, as Xin Zhao and Azir locked in on the other side. Do like both of those picks too.
I like it a lot. Yeah, I think we've seen time and time again here in the Masters Division that Jin Zhao has a lot of priority towards most teams. A lot of teams want to lock it in, especially with that snowballing effect. We've seen, again, that it can work to their advantage. And moving over, we'll see what the response is because they're probably going to want to match with a mid laner of their own, and that seems to be the case with a Corki coming.
And, just like I said, we're still kind of sitting in that poke sort of territory, right? You have the little slow seed popping out from Lilia. If she tags anybody with anything, like, you get the sleep to set up. You have Varus's ult and Corki so far. So, I mean, pretty well put together team comp so far. On the side
100%.
of Phoenix.
Especially with that movement speed you do get as Lilia, it really does give you an extra bit of boost when it comes to those skirmishes in the mid game. There's going to be the top laner, most likely locked in, or side of Team Dizzy, going to be going for an Mbessa, one of the newer characters, but certainly one of the stronger ones. That public execution going to be something you're not going to want to face off against, especially if you are this Corki, especially if you are that Lilia. He's going to have a difficult time navigating against it.
Yeah, and I think now we're gonna see Ember kind of ban out some more ADs. They've kind of shown their hand and not picked a support was another thought, but technically they haven't locked theirs in yet. So that's slightly dangerous, right? And I suppose still on the other side we're kind of banning out top laners. And then there's another support ban. We don't want anybody to stop the dashes. So getting rid of Poppy W is pretty smart.
Feedonomics, this is really off topic, but like literally just 2 seconds ago, my Discord Nitro ran out, and it was the weirdest feeling in the world because all of my screen just went gray. I don't know what to. It's like my whole screen is so boring, and I'm gonna need some recovery from this. If you can wish me luck, give me some good spirits. Oh, but hey,
You're on your own, kid.
no.
It does look like, yeah, and then we're gonna have the support locked in. We have Alistair. Who's our ADC going to be though? Is ADC counterpick?
I mean, I'd imagine.
Yeah, ADC is counterpick, isn't it? Because they did one ban in a row, so they're locking theirs in. Help.
I mean, there already is at least one AD carry picked. I don't know.
Top laner is picked in for. Yeah, no, that's what I was
Oh.
asking, is who the last pick was going to be.
Well, yeah. Oh, hey.
So ADC is technically the counter pick, but it's not really a big thing. But I do think that getting the support that you want after the pool is kind of thin. I guess you still had Nautilus or Thresh to maybe grab for tankier boys. Rel is still up. But if not in the wheelhouse, not in the wheelhouse.
Seems like after that, I'd imagine you're gonna go for thing with a little bit of combo power. I wouldn't be surprised if an Israel gets picked out here. The only thing for me is there's not a whole ton on Team Dizzy, so I'd imagine they're gonna want to try and get that up. But it does seem to be the case with the other side as.
Yeah, and then Sivir. Okay, so it's just kind of a, I don't know, that's what, a front to back comp? Like, are they, I guess that's semi-dive with Ambessa and Alistar and Xin. Like, they can go do that. The other team is squishy enough, but what do you do if you have a an Olaf running at your back line, like, unimpeded because he's, you know, dealing with Ragnarok?
I mean, there's a couple of decent tools you have. The Emperor's Divide going to be at least somewhat decent to keeping yourselves a little bit isolated from them. So maybe that's going to be the strategy in. And obviously the Sivir, not going to have a whole ton of options. Set Spell Shield won't do a whole ton against everyone except for that Lily, except for possibly that Varus with those corrupted chains. But we'll have to wait and see. We're going to go to a quick little break, and we will be back with the match for our opener in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Back on the Rift, here we go. This is game number 1 of our BOL. Long road ahead of us. My name is Cherry J, joined by Phenomics once more on the mic. How you feeling?
Well, I mean, I'm worried about the war zone that is the Bay of Five. Like, so many wars happen around there. It seems that we have a regular 5-point start. Nothing too exciting happening yet. No first blood pulled off on either side. Who's gonna get the first scarring cut? Is it gonna be a quirky phosphorus bomb? Or a soldier poking somebody for like 5 damage? Maybe an axe? What do you got, Cherry? Where's it gonna happen? First scratch.
I mean, I'd imagine mid, we do see a couple players starting to gather, looking to litter themselves straight on around, but nobody to fall just yet, nobody to make contact, instead just holding their own, which makes sense. Don't want to play too aggressive, to get called out early on in a BO5 that ruins the mentality, and you don't want to be the guy that lets that happen. But yeah, I mean, both teams just going to play their own. A small thing that we can note is the fact that the winner of this is going to have to go up against Gang 7 Mirage in that first upper semifinal. So definitely not a matchup you're going to be too comfortable in due to them having a 6-1 record in that Mount Targon division. So certainly going to be rough if you have to deal with that. However, it's a future game. Right now, you worry about the here and the now. Both teams can do that great, with a little bit of engagements already coming up, with Ember Phoenix doing a great job being proactive on that bot lane.
Yeah, and I mean, we're just kind of watching everything sort of happen right now. No big plays, like you had said, kind of happening off. We've just got regular back and forth pokes. Junglers having a good time, just doing their jungles, like do. Just your regular starting to a league match. I don't know. Like, as far as itemization and builds are concerned, right? Like, we're obviously going to be a poke heavy comp over on the side of Ember, right? That's kind of how we feel.
Ember Wolves, they aren't going to want to play too aggressively. Maybe you're going to want to try and just have that Braum go a little bit too front forward to give your opponents a little bit of relaxation and maybe give them a bit of hope. But if you let them just overextend and play off of that, that could also not be a good idea. Especially when you really need that Olaf to get ahead. If you have a behind Olaf like 30 minutes into the game, you're not going to be doing too well. So it's a similar situation where if you are that Sivir, if you are that Zhao, you also want to get ahead. And if you're not, it's not going to be the end of the world for the Sivir necessarily. However, it certainly wouldn't be great.
Yeah, and I don't know, looking at summoners, nobody's really got a high, like, we're gonna murder you in the lane, except for bot. We do have that Ignite sitting there in Alistar, but otherwise, we've got pretty safe summoners otherwise. Like, Olaf not running teleport, that's something that I think should be brought up. It could come back to haunt him. Like you were saying, like, not having your TP when a fight happens down at Drake and Ambessa TP's down, you can't really stop her. So you're just going to have to deal with that and then deal with the repercussions, I assume get top. But, that's a future problem that may not happen.
I think that might be fine, because if you're that Olaf, you can just start split pushing and possibly even find a tower with it. But you are right. It certainly is going to put a little bit of priority over towards the opponents in that Team Dizzy to get a lot of objectives. To be able to find that, it certainly would be nice. However, Team Dizzy's not only going to be able to have objective priority, they're also just going to have the option to kill, because both these players down to about half HP, not the greatest whatsoever.
Yeah, that was a really good trade on the side of Leaves' part, right? They did a great job at zoning Braum out with Alistar combo. So, we'll see if another one or two of those times, and they'll be either forced to back or threaten. I mean, they will die. I don't need to say maybe die. They would get moited.
I mean, look at the gold diff. It's already around 200, which you would expect from a game like this, where it is that 4 seed taking on the 5 seed from a different division. So very close for sure. There's the dragon coming up. This is going to be really important for this bot lane. Whoever's going to be able to find the priority here, force the others to back, could possibly have their jungle come down and swipe that away. but we'll have to wait and see how that does end up playing out. Inevitably, the minions are starting to pile up in the bot lane, definitely going to cause Team Dizzy a bit of uncomfortability, but nobody to really find any good enough damage to really play off of.
Yeah. Once again, just another clear, easy combo, right? Like like I said, we're in that zone on where one more, I think they actually drop everything else and try to 100 to 0 him. Or well, 35 to 0 him, which is what he's sitting at right now. I don't know. Don't quote me on it exactly. And they are getting, it looks like a cheeky back as there is a gank topside.
And the public execution not going to be able to go off, but Ryan Pake's still able to back out in the end. Not too unfortunate for him, and certainly going to be okay in the grand scheme of things.
And I mean, Xin Zhao taking a great opportunity, making lemons into lemonade as he's going to secure this Cloud Drake. And nobody hates a first Cloud Drake.
Yeah, we already see Papilio getting it straight on down to 0 HP. We do not have any type of connection to try and stop it from the opposing jungler in Nostalgia. They are still just in that mid lane. They might try and contest here and now with both Jordan Bot and Nostalgia in this jungle, trying to possibly get a little bit of information. However, they're just going to concede it. Not going to try and make any engagements before they need to. If you are Team Dizzy, they've already secured the first Drake, and that's going to be really good for scaling into that mid to end game.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a path to do it without having to fight right now. And I don't know if either team wants to really fight right now, right? I think both teams are comfortable with just sort of farming up until they don't have to. But what team do you think has the better opportunity out of the two?
For late game, I mean, I'd say probably going to be this red side, just due to the front to back, as you said. I think when it comes down to it, that's going to be a bit better for team fights. However, the Lilia, when it can scale ahead, you get Leandries, it certainly is going to be pretty strong, and we see them buying out the Darksteel as well, which is going to be really good if they can get some early kills, be able to build that up. It certainly would be nice to get a Magi Soul Stealer. However, right now that's not going to be a worry. Instead, Jordan Bot's just trying to find any type of way in. However, Lee's doing a great job at just kind of handling this wave.
Yeah, I mean, they bounced it really well. It's going to be nice and stuck right there. So, well, no, I mean, it's another back. They're just going for another cheeky reset. They're still even in gold. They've got their coal now. Yeah, it looks like the plan is just farming. It seems like Sivir ended up staying. They didn't finish the back. Maybe pressure this plate now?
Rex is in a bit of trouble trying to destroy that, but already we can see Team Dizzy possibly trying to get in between these towers. Not going to happen. Richter's going to take one bit of that tower shot, and now it's going to be a pretty good spot with Team Dizzy conceding over the Grubs, and that allows the side of Ember Phoenix to be able to come back in that objective game, equalize it.
Yeah, obviously it was the delayed handshake for we gave you Dragon, now give us give us Grubs, please. So, everything goes according to Keikaku. Editor's note, Keikaku means plan. As we kind of continue watching this bot lane. Like, it's about the only place that we've had most of the action on. Mid has been very quiet. As far as they are just farming.
Power Giveness. Gonna get a little bit of poke damage from Holy. Oh, they actually don't have any. Wow. Thought one of those soldiers might have been able to connect, but not going to be the case. Instead, we go back up to the top lane, seeing Ref over here. Not going to find too much, and there's the plate down for the count, and Richter going to go in for the engagement. Airborne is there. We do see Papilio up and about, possibly going to be able to support him, but right now they're just going to push this lane in. Looking at these minions straight up against this turret, put their backs against the wall. If you are Ember Phoenix, it's going to be fine, and at this point, they're backing up. They're just going to let the wave crash in, and they won't really do anything to play off.
Yeah, they're not wanting to waste their advantage that they currently are trying to get and squander it by forcing something bot that doesn't have to happen. They can definitely go back down there and try again. That tower is probably going to be the first brick broken just from how much attention is happening down there. Another thing that we really didn't talk about, like with the comps and stuff, I know that we like red side. I think that it is going to come down to the top lane play. Like whichever top laner kind of is more effective at disrupting the enemy team's backline, I think is going to be the team that comes out victorious.
Already though, we come back in, we possibly see a bit of an engagement towards that jungle with both supports in on each other. However, neither is going to call for support by the looks of it. Maybe the Jin Zhao is coming on in, but besides that, nothing too much. Up towards the top side, Ref is going to have to deal with this HP disparity. Not looking good for him whatsoever. However, this Lilia is here to assist. Nostalgia.
Spotted out by a ward though.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We saw them come up before, and it really didn't lead to too much either. And Ryan Pakes, even if they do have to get out, they do have that public execution that will be extremely good.
Yeah, it's, you know, never bad when you have a movement speed-based ability to escape. Just the dash, just zoom, I'm gone. Love when Yones use their dash to get away from me instead of, like, kill me.
I mean, that Yone ult, I certainly don't like it because it usually is used to kill me, and I don't want to be killed. But that's just me. Yeah.
That's just a theory.
A game theory.
Exactly. All right, so anyways, pushing on. We do have, once again, not really any contest is going to happen. Now we are going to have a fight breakout, possibly? Nope, looks like...
Yeah, everyone, wow. I mean, it makes sense. There's only like 3 people there, and they did kind of use a TP from Forgiveness, which is an interesting idea. I don't know if I'd go with that, but, you know, a second Drake converts, and definitely not too good now if you are Ember Phoenix. Even though you did collect grubs, you're going to have to do that again if you really want to be at an equalized spot. But even then, like, grubs compared to 2 Drakes, I think that 2 Drakes is a little bit stronger.
I mean, yeah, like, I will say that they've done a very good job, or they've done a very good job at basically playing out this bot lane, like, and playing safe. Honestly, like, Ember Phoenix hasn't really been able to get aggressive. And I think that may be hurting them a little bit.
Definitely, it's as you said, it's being a very even game. However, especially when we look at that top left and see that it's going to be an Infernal Drake coming up, like, that means that that's the soul. And I'd say that Infernal Soul is one of the strongest, so to have this objective lead in terms of current Drakes, it's going to be a very, very detrimental if you allow this to concede 4-0 in terms of those Drakes, because just generally, that extra power you get, it's going to be very, very sad if you let that happen if you're Ember Phoenix, because that could possibly cause you the game.
More, like, I mean, you know, we're back to our regular schedule. Let's look at our farm. We do have a little bit of a farming discrepancy in the mid lane. Holy Carrot is ahead a little bit on the Corki, which sort of makes sense. The soldiers are hard to deal with when you don't have that high of an HP pool. We have had a swap of a bot lane. They went top. They're hanging out 12.
Possibly getting trapped here. There's the root coming in, and a double airborne as well, stunning up on to the drowsy effect, sleeping. Now it's Freakter, forced out of a flash, but still able to get away. Falling the arrow is going to be going for something, but it's going to be that Leandri's to find the kill. Oh man, the first blood in such a crucial way. Absolutely heartbreaking.
Ember Phoenix layered all of those CCs, like, perfectly. And Alistar just didn't have a chance. That was really well played on their part. Now it's now they gotta just kind of keep it up. Not really too much time to do anything to the tower though, sadly.
Yeah, and over towards the bot side, we will be seeing this tower actually possibly get destroyed right here and now. Maybe not enough minions. We do see the Mbessa rushing for the hills. However, I don't know if they will not be able to get there in time. So that's going to give Feats of Warfare definitely a lot of priority over towards this blue side. Only 2 more kills, and that's just disappointing. 15 minutes already, tower gone. Possibly Herald to convert, though, especially without this Mbessa or this Olaf in the fight. It could become a little bit desperate, but there's Ember Wolves going to concede another objective. Instantly, Papilio's going to take a bit of damage. There's the engagement from Freakator. Going to go in. Papilio still to low HP. However, nobody's able to get close to him. They're going to hit the... Oh, they don't hit any real effects, though.
Papilio, what are you doing?
Wait, they're still going. And they want to get it.
Papilio,
But Papilio, what is happening? Still Papilio stays alive. And now Freaktor back in the engagement, looking to give a little bit of appeal. Not there yet. Freaktor going to get both airborne, flying up into the sky. But at this point, we will see Leave very isolated from the rest of the team. However, no minions to crash on in. Still 4 players up towards the top side. Now 4 players for the side of Dizzy, with Holy Carrot coming on into the engagement, going to force the side of Ember Phoenix to start to concede this because they did not find a kill. However, they might still want to stay.
That was a pretty intense fight. There was a lot that happened there. But you know, now we're still really even. That's like what, 300 gold difference right now?
Yeah, I mean, that 1 kill was good, but it certainly was not amazing. And honestly, I think with this Herald in hand, that could possibly be the deciding factor for who's going to be coming out in the mid game ahead.
I mean, we'll have to see where it gets placed down. Which one of our... Oh, okay, it's just sitting on Zen. So we'll see where he drops it. We'll see how hard they push with it. And we'll see who split pushes for their team.
Papilio taking the engagement. Jordan Bot going to come on in, hitting the ultimate. Not going to be able to get too much off of it, but still, we see Papilio down for the count after so much CC came onto him. Root's going to be there. Emperor's Divide, but it doesn't get him away. Holy Carrot getting taken down as well. There's the Feats of Warfare going over to Ember Phoenix, and then Drake to be that extra, just a prize. It's a little bit of a reward. You know, they say that going to a house 2 nights on Halloween is it's disrespectful. However, Ember Phoenix, they're going to be picking up their reward twice.
How many costumes do they need?
Oh, just 1. They just needed 1. That's how good they are.
But how do they get to go back in and get more candy?
Oh, they tell them, I don't care if
I came yesterday.
I
came
taking this
earlier today.
again.
You're gonna give this to me and you're gonna be fine with it, and then they just go okay and hand it to them. Is that how it works?
I mean, did you see that fight? That was so disrespectful. Like,
I mean, okay,
we saw Holy Carrot trying to get out. They were trying to slam the door on him, be like, you already got your candy, but that candy came anyway.
I mean, yeah, but like, so speaking of the smaller candy, let's look at CS. It's like the tiniest, tastiest things right now, right? They are kind of in that scenario that is really scary because Olaf is starting to get there.
I like this a lot, because you look at this and you really do have to imagine that, like, Ref especially is going to be in such a good spot, but maybe not anymore. There's going to be the public execution. There's the CC immune, but they still get out somehow. How on earth does the Ragnarok save him that hard?
Well, I mean, it's a... Oh, Carrot. It's bailed out, the Q missing, and the Shurima boys telling him to back off. No, I mean, Ragnarok's a lot of armor and stuff, but the other thing that he did in that was he ghosted and flashed.
Oh, wait, you're so right. That's a bit of an overextension for sure. However,
yeah, there was a lot used there. But, you know, that does keep them alive. I'm pretty sure they have a bounty. Or they should have a bounty, right? They're like 30 CS ahead, and they have a kill.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Maybe not.
I mean,
maybe
you'd imagine so, especially with a kill, but I guess because of objectives, probably.
Yeah, but like, you know, Olaf is gonna be at 200 CS.
Oh, there it is. Oh, now it's no longer there. It's just going back and forth.
But yeah, it's 100 gold. So he does have a little bit of one. So it was probably worth it to use both summoners to stay alive. Just to keep more gold off of Leave. Because that would be crummy.
Seems like an engagement, possibly coming out in mid. We do see both bot and supports for both teams in here looking to possibly cause some trouble, possibly find some priority. However, that's not going to be the case. Just backing up after these minions do dissipate, and it's going back on in to an equalized spot. We do see in terms of these towers, there's a bit of an advantage towards Team Dizzy with them finding one on the bot and the side. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Ember Phoenix is only going to have one on the bottom side. Now, with this Herald coming down as well, seems like there's going to be some priority towards mid, leaving a Baron base with very few towers remaining, with only those tier 2s, and that is going to be the case. Piloting it right on in and finding it to crash against the wall.
Yeah, and it looks like we're kind of posturing around Dragon side, just being ready for that. Like, we do have the kill advantage, and I don't know, this is probably one of the most balanced games of League that I've casted in a long time. Like, the gold has not gone one way or the other to you know.
I think this is definitely the most balanced game that we've seen in the Blue Water League this season, at least, just due to the fact that usually we see crazy advantages to start us out, but there's going to be the Otacon converted. A lot of HP down. Ragnarok's going to be activated. Jordanbot's going to be the first to fall. There's going to be Freaker going in for the aggression, but Drowsy comes out. But the Emperor's behind, I think, came out, but Ryan Pig's public execution going to be the side of Leave to find the kill. However, it's still not going to be enough. Ryan Pig's possibly going to fall, but not just yet. Forgiveness so low, but they still managed to get out of the fray.
Yeah, got out of the fray and ended up getting the Otacon too. It went over to Xerath. Papilio went in and smote a little too early. It was a good attempt. Obviously, I wasn't able to see the HP total, but really good attempt there to try and secure the objective for their team. Went ahead and got a kill afterwards. So they did even up the kills. So now the gold's starting to flip back out of Ember Phoenix's favor.
Yeah, that Otacon
this time for real
wasn't worth it.
No, it was a little unlucky that they got led to them that early, but it was almost stolen. I will say decent attempt.
Oh yeah, for sure. Jordanbot possibly getting called out here. Papilio is coming in aggressively, but they will have to fall back. And at this point, Jordanbot's going to be the one for the punch and just backing off, using Ref as the taxi. So seems like we're going to get another engagement towards the Drake. It is going to be very worthwhile if you are on the side of Ember Phoenix. This is going to be able to equalize it for you. Jordanbot already down to low HP. Root comes in. Papilio back to low HP. Freakter's going to be the one to fight upon. They're going to get just completely down. There's Ragnarok to get the engagement, and Papilio's going to feel it heavily. Leave's going to have to go back down, but they're going to find one on their way. Nostalgia going in. Drowsy effect active. They're going to go right on in with a hammer and find the kill. There's Ryan Pakes, however, still on the cards and still going to be a double kill. However, that double kill instantly going to be flipped to its head. Holy Carrot trying to get this Drake for themselves. However, Ref just going to burn it down.
Oh!
Oh!
I mean, okay. Holy Carrot pulling off a holy cow impersonation to get that double kill. Kind of upset that he couldn't pull it off a little bit earlier. Had to use the sad cat emote. Huge double kill though. But
Link and you miss it.
2 infernal drakes over on the side of Ember Phoenix so far. So they definitely still had like that, the Otacon. The objectives have started to fall their way. The objectives are now 3 to 4. 2 dragons apiece, Otacon, Rift Herald, and Grubs.
Yeah, they are at least in an advantage in that case. However, they are still down around 1,500 gold. So it is an okay spot for them. However, you do need to be able to equalize this. I think from what we've seen from Ember Phoenix, I could definitely see that happening. Team Dizzy, though, they are no slouch. We know, and we've seen time and time again, that they can get these leads.
Yeah, and we'll see, like, what Holy Carrot's going to be able to do with that gold whenever he backs with it. Because that double kill is gonna be huge. Whenever he gets it back there. He's already got his Rylai's, he's got his Nashers.
Maybe Shadow Flame?
Yeah, I think the rod's going to become Shadow Flame. Because that seems to be a popular item.
Well, so like you're not gonna want to go Death Cap because you do have that amplifying tone in your backpack. So
Well, I mean, like, just because I have a magic tome in my backpack doesn't mean that
That's
I'm
true.
not
That's
going
true.
to make a death cap if I get the money for it.
Well, I mean, I'm just
Like,
saying, like, you want to
I
get all your stuff in utility, and you want to make it all
hey,
go to use.
hey, really quick, Cherry. You know what makes amplifying tome more amplifying?
Oh, I think I do know exactly what
A
makes an
passive
amplifying
that
tome
amplifies
more.
magic power. Like, so,
That is very true. That is very
in a
true.
hat form, so like it does make the item stronger, right? Like it
Yes,
doesn't
absolutely.
necessarily mean they have to do it. But yes, I get where you're coming from. It probably isn't going to be a death cap, but I would like to see a death cap.
I
You know,
like. I was thinking
we've
like
all.
at first I thought it would be a death cap because of seeing that, but I don't know. I just think that like actually maybe because they don't really need like that extra like magic penetration, but maybe they're gonna go for it anyway. Who knows? Oh damn. Yeah, the freaks are already gonna be down a little bit of HP going into this engagement. I feel like we see this time and time again where Freakter just plays a little bit too out of position, and it's just been capitalized on by Ember Phoenix. Even if they don't win the fight, they usually are able to get some really good damage off on Freakter.
Yeah, free damage, but not much is gonna happen. We're just in that warding tap dance that we always see between teams when we're trying to get an advantage somewhere. We're waiting for Baron to come up. Or well, Baron's up. We're waiting for an opportunity to do Baron. Um, so we'll see how the teams posture about. What's my dragon timer at? 131. So yeah, I expect to fight at one of those objectives. Oh, this is bad for forgiveness though.
Oh,
Or
Forgiveness going to be
maybe
in such a
not.
difficult spot, but they will be able to get the damage back onto the side of Ryan Pigs. Lots of players starting to gather around. Maybe going to be an engagement coming out in just a little bit. Jordan Bot's going to be the front
Oh,
of it, but the Emperor's Divide comes out. There's going to be going golden, but we still see Jordan Bot in such a bad spot. They want to try and find something, but the TP comes in. Stun. There's going to be flashing over the wall from Nostalgia. Going in with Jordan Bot at such low HP, but the Ryan Pigs possibly going to be found down, and yes, they will. Next kill, it's a double from the side of Forgiveness, and they still want more. Not going to happen, and Forgiveness is going to be falling down. Lee's going to be able to get the next, and an absolute domination comes in from Team Dizzy. Oh, but maybe not for what? The Ragnarok is still here from the middle of the map, and they just come down and rain
they're on a
terror.
ward. They don't know. They don't
They can't
realize
play
they're
too
on a ward.
aggressively because they don't have that Ragnarok anymore.
Now they do. Okay, now they know they're on a ward. Okay, so they're gonna get out. I'm impressed that Nostalgia actually got out of that. Oh.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough. I think they're gonna fall here. That's why I was a little bit
No,
concerned, but they
they're
will
gonna
be able to activate. Oh, I thought they might have had that.
Please.
Still closes it.
But yeah, I will have to agree. Nostalgia put in a lot of work in that fight. The immediate they were the ones Zanya's, right? Let me make sure. Crazy I am here. No, yes. All right, I'm gonna say yes. They were the one that Zanya's. They got moved around. They landed a 3-person ultimate, maybe 4. In that fight, and then flashed over the Wraith Wall to survive. I know that shows my League of Legends age, calling them Wraiths, but too bad. Bring back Heart of Gold. We are starting Baron now. And Ember Phoenix has done a pretty good job at trying to grab a different objective as Dragon's Soul is now going to be available around 35 minutes into the game. 34. Thought Dragons
Yeah,
were
I
6
mean,
minutes.
I don't know if I'd even give them the advantage, though, because Ember Phoenix has been playing really well. Now that Baron is up, they're going to instantly just kind of rearrange. They forfeit their chances at it, and they're going to go back and fight another day.
Yeah, and still, we're talking about which team has got the advantage, right? Like, look at the gold! It's still 500 gold difference!
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more here at the Blue Water League. We ran into a couple tech issues, but we made it out on the other side unscathed and are ready for action. 30 minutes into the game, and we are returning once more. My name is Sherry J, joined once more by Feedonomics. How are you feeling?
What do you mean joined once more? I never went anywhere. We never
That is
went
true,
anywhere.
but we
We've
both
been
went
here this
anywhere.
whole
We
time.
left.
We have the
left.
Benny Hill music starting while the game sort of catches back up with the speed up there for a second. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens. We don't get to know. There's no way that we can know what happened game 1 so far. It's still going on in all of our heads, and you know.
Well, supposedly you know.
No.
But you know what? I have no clue because I'm not responsible enough to go into a Twitch chat. So, you know, I'm completely in the dark. And that's all there is to it. However, we will be able to see Ember Phoenix starting up the Drake. You know, we're in the dark. They are not, though. However, they have that board straight on in. Going to be able to note that this HP is starting to take away. Freakter, a little bit of HP. Going to be flashing. Triple knock-up. CC Immune going to be going into Ragnarok. There's the first one dead. Lee found out. There's the Baron being able to solo away, and it was stealing it like a robber, but holy carrot's going to go for more than that. Drowsy effect, double sleep. Going to be the Corky finding a double kill. Ryan Pigs able to get out of the fray with the blast cone and find their way out, but they're leaving their team for the reckoning.
Is that a 4 for 1 and a Baron steal?
Oh my god, and now marching down the mid lane, gonna be coming straight
here.
on in. Gonna be Ryan Pigs' last stand for the side of Ember Phoenix, trying to make their way on in, but these Baron buffed minions going to be such a detriment to get behind Ryan Pigs, slow to a crisp. Meanwhile, they are right in for this crushing with the stun. Nostalgia finds the kill, and Papilio and Leave gonna work hand in hand, trying to find out Jordan Bot. No end just yet. However, it's not gonna be
not over. But now there is a real advantage in the game. But granted, once you're at 60,000 gold, really it can go either way item-wise.
Yeah.
But you know, it is pretty wild that it took 30 minutes into the game for a gold discrepancy to really pop up in my mind. Just wild, really well played by both teams. As we, you know, sort of speed past the non-action Benny Hill music again. So slowing back down, we have another fight popping up. We'll shut up and let you talk in 3, 2, 1, go, Cherry.
Can they get another steal? That's the question that they're asking themselves over at Dizzy Esports. Instantly, Freakter's going to go for the engage. We see Papilio trying to make their way on in, but the sun's going to be there, ulting on in. Nostalgia finds the kill. Leaves going to be the next target, but they won't be able to find out just yet. Public execution coming in. The triple man Emperor's Divide forced them all into the cage, but there's the kill. Leave finding out on Rex, but it's just not enough. Holy Carrot going golden, but they're going to be going straight on into the Incineroar with... Oh man, the incinerator comes in, and this side of Emperor, whew, the Emperor's Divide, it just went straight on in and found everyone into a corner, but they cornered themselves with the march down the mid lane, and game 1 going in the favor of the Ember Phoenix.
Yeah, like I said, lucky we had no way to know how that turned out. Completely surprised us right there.
That's surprising me, for sure.
Thank you,
How on
Twitch
earth did they
chat,
do
for the
that?
heads up. But we were able to get back into the game and sort of give you an expedited end to it. But yeah, no, I mean, really good game.
That was amazing. That end was cinema. Let's be so honest.
It was pretty good. That was pretty good. We've got some messages. What was that message in my ear, Prod? Could you
I
repeat?
think send to break was what we were being told. So
okay.
I'm going to go ahead
Go to
and be
break.
proactive for the both of us. And I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to stay tuned for Game 2, because if you want any more League of Legends action like what we just saw, you're definitely not going to want to miss it.
Don't go anywhere.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming straight on in with game number 2. Moving into the draft, Pantheon gets picked out. As you could probably remember, we were a little bit late on that game 1, so this draft has already all but commenced. And yeah, look at this, already a lot of similar bands. The Warwick's going to be something different, so definitely interesting seeing that out.
You just kind of move down in your ban list, right? Like, though, I mean, yeah, banning out. I'm trying to figure out how Warwick. Like, no, Warwick would be able to interact like troublesome for Pantheon, right? Like, you do have a CC immunity with your Chomp, so you would still be able to bite through a lot of the damage that Pantheon would be able to do to you without retaliation.
This might be a little bit of a bad com in my end, but at least from how I imagine it, it could just be Team Dizzy wanting to get rid of those similar fighter characters to something like that Olaf, which we saw last game was a big detriment to him. So maybe that's what they're trying to do here, because you do get that speed, which is very similar, and they do just kind of pilot the same similarities in terms of how you want to play the map, how you want to play in that top lane, and Talia's going to get picked up next, so Pantheon probably going to be picked in the jungle, then kind of removing that option for it in mid, unless you really want to put that Talia jungle, which it is a possibility, but a little bit less likely. And that's 3 mid laners already locked in.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going for the ARAM comp on the side of Dizzy right now. It does look like kind of the same deal. The 3 of the carry positions sort of like picked out over on the side of Ember this time. I think Dizzy did something similar last time, except they had locked in their mid. But ADC, jungle, and top lane are locked in already now. Looking at bans, nobody wants to see Gwen. Gwen is terrifying after I watched her play last week. That item pathing that she can pull off is disgusting. Once again, we are getting rid of, like, Ember's banning out support. Support seems to be the name of the game. So we should see both teams kind of locking that in.
A little bit of an interesting thing for me is seeing that Nautilus get banned out. I feel like if you're running this Tristana in the bot lane, Nautilus can be a really strong pair due to that just kind of explosive nature that both characters can present with that on-hit root and just that rocket jump, which can become such a collective just domination, especially against something like a Senna, which is a little bit hard to really get away from. I mean, maybe they'll be able to do some good stuff. I think it's interesting seeing the Shyvana. It's been a minute since I've seen the
I think I think the Nautilus was banned out because there's no Alistar, and I think that Ember knew that Dizzy wanted to go Leona.
That's true.
Because the only two counters sort of to Leona in there anymore is going to be Nautilus and Thresh. From like a bruiser support standpoint, when you have Bravery going on and we can't see Braum and Alistar again.
Oh, well, we will be getting a interesting pick. I assume that's going to be in the mid lane. Maybe you want to try and flex its support, go Senna way, but okay, and a Cassante possibly to round out that top lane. I would not have expected that, but definitely not a bad pick if you go back a year. Currently, who knows? I don't know your thoughts on it, but I think this character is awful.
I mean, I'm not too I actually think Cassante's kit's really fun. I'm not sure
sure.
where they land in the meta right now, but okay, there you go. You've got the Rakan getting locked in over on the side of Dizzy. So, they still are going with that engage sort of, hey, microphone or camera, help me out here, buddy. What are you doing?
Oh.
I'm like really blurry right now.
Yeah.
Bard.
I was confused on the Rakan, but that just makes me think. So what are the chances this is Bard jungle and Pantheon support? Because I think at this point that would make a little more sense to me than Bard Tristana.
No, Bard Tristana is gonna be fine. Bard
Really?
Tristana is better than Bard jungle. Don't do this.
Yeah, I was making a bit of a joke there, but I just don't know. I just don't know about Bard's support with a Trist. I mean, maybe it'll work.
Why not? What do you think Bard's well with Bard?
I mean, I think that you could work with like any other ADC that's a little bit slower. You play with an Ashe, it'll work out pretty good because you can use that golden effect, make them just stand still, wait, get that Ashe a little bit set up. But you could do the same thing with like an Ezreal maybe. Like if you make this work badly, and you pair these
Well, hold on. If you make it work badly, it's not making it work.
But it's just a situation where I feel like these two just don't have a lot of synergy. And I'm just a little bit... Because I feel like any engaged support just makes this, Tristana, 1,000 times more lethal. And then you play something like this, like a Karma, it's just going to be so much worse.
There's still, I don't know. I think that you can still engage with Ultimate. I think that you have more fighting power than you're giving Bard credit for when he has meeples, double so when he has stacked meeples. And he does have a pretty significant hard CC that can go through minions. There's a reality that Bard does get some good right clicks off and everything like that, and it is a situation on where both of them are ranged. So they may be able to just get in some free licks onto TK.
That is very true.
So that's in my head, that's what I'm looking at. Obviously Ember Phoenix is going to have a big prioritization for Drakes. At least I feel like I would if I had Shyvana on my team, right? I feel like my jungler player would be whining to get dragons done. And then I do think that Ember is going to run the fasting lane. So I do not think that Senna is going to CS.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially when you're running the Senna Tahm Kench.
Especially when you're running the exactly. After the Tahm Kench, that sort of set it away. But I don't know. Other than that, interaction wise, I think there's a fun interaction on Dizzy's side between Cassante and Bard, where I think Cassante can survive the Zanya's effect by using his shield.
Huh. I was not aware of that.
I think Cassante has a CC immune ability, outside of charging with his ultimate. I know
it is
I
unstoppable.
Think the dash on E is unstoppable. Yeah, exactly. I think the unstoppable will stop it from harming him.
Huh.
But I don't know if that happens with the charge on Ornn. I'm not 100% rule set up. But what do you got for predictions? What do you think's happening?
to be honest, I think I'm gonna go Ember Phoenix up 2-0.
Okay,
But
I'll say this goes 1-1.
I mean, it is a very like 2023, 2024 composition. We're seeing that Cassante versus Renekton in the top lane. Very NRG like with that Senna Tom Kench, so I like that a lot. But besides that, I mean, I could see this kind of going either way, but I'm just gonna favor Ember Phoenix because they've shown a little bit more during team fights. I think that Ember Phoenix looks a little bit better. I'm not sure how this Pantheon's gonna play out because it's a little bit harder to be everywhere, and their priority in the jungle was really strong when they were going for steals, and just kind of playing the map. They were able to find a Herald without like any contestation from Ember Phoenix last game. Same thing with like the first 2 Drakes. So I do think that they're probably going to be a player you don't want to mess with, but at the same time, like Pantheon when ahead, I feel like isn't as good as a lot of other junglers when they're ahead.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Agree to disagree. I think Pantheon's click and point adventures is terrifying. Whenever he's ahead, and he technically has I'm gonna do more damage if you're at a certain amount of HP threshold.
I think he's better than like I think he has more damage, but I think it's like possible to kill him. Unlike if you're playing Jin Zhao, because you use just so much more movement that it's going to be like if you're the better player, then you will just like be able to get away scot-free. Meanwhile, with Pantheon, obviously you have the ultimate, but that's like the only real movement ability you have. So I just think that might possibly be something you're gonna have to worry about.
Yeah, but Pantheon has invulnerability in his kit, not on his ultimate.
That is true.
Granted, you have to be facing towards them, but still, like that's sort of the important part. Like with Panth, some fun interaction stuff that you can do with that and flashing if you're fast enough with it too. Because Pantheon doesn't matter what side he takes it on. It more matters on what side the champion is on at the time of the impact. So you could shoot like True Shot Barrage and then flash behind Pantheon and kill him with it, even though it hits him in the front.
Yeah, I
That was
definitely
too
could
much.
see
That was
this
too much.
going.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, I think you're totally right because there's like a good chance we will see something like that happen when you're playing a character like this way. When you get a little bit of range, when you're playing somebody like that Senna and you ult from across the map, that could be something that we very might well see. However, I will give you this one. We're going to a quick little break because we got more League of Legends happening just around the corner. Make sure to stay tuned, and we will be back right after this break. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more on the Rift. Coming on in, Team Dizzy. They're down 0-1 in our series. It's a best of 5, though. Single elimination in the playoff bracket. Needing to make it happen here. If not, you're going down in this season of the league. Now, my name is JJ. Joined once more by Feedonomics.
Sneaky. They don't know.
Oh,
Rex doesn't know. Rex, look
see if
out.
they can find
Rex.
oh,
Rex
maybe there was a ward in that bush, giving him that insight.
Rex caught him just a little bit there. I think. I don't know. No pings came out, so. Oh, there's the ward now. They've been found.
Unlucky.
Ugh. Almost. Sweeper comes out. A little bit of gold for the team. Yeah, I think Rex did end up seeing them, kind of spotted it like on the edge there. Then that is definitely what happened.
Yeah, this Shyvana certainly gonna have to be careful when it comes to piloting their jungle. However, up towards this red side, Jordan Bot's gonna come in, looking to possibly spot somebody out. But the question becomes, where on earth did they go? The Pantheon still in sight. They're just gonna try and farm out the opposing side jungle, meaning that the Shyvana probably gonna want to try and path downwards into the blue side of that golem. But we'll see how this does play out. Obviously, we have seen priority over towards Ember Phoenix's bot lane in the past. This time they are, as we said earlier, going to be playing a pretty interesting composition. They do, in fact, have that World Atlas on that Kent, so they are going to be able to get a bit of CS if they do so choose, and we'll just have to see how they do end up playing it out. Ryan Pakes taking a bit of damage early on. However, this was kind of how it worked last game as well, where Ryan Pakes wasn't in the best situation for the most part, but they were able to still find priority where they could.
Well, that and Renekton's a bully early game, right? Like, Cassante, I suppose, can be too. But Cassante is going to want to get some more damage, which, you know, Cassante sort of wins out at the end of the day because it's also tank. So, you know, the longer the game goes on, the more annoying he's definitely going to get with all of that stuff. But, you know, I'm still kind of curious. They are swapping over. Ping's going down on the blue. Over on the side of Team Dizzy, they are going to start to collapse to try and get on top of, oh, well, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of people coming back over to deal with this.
Already, Papilio's going to be in a bad spot. Going to flash over the wall. Papilio getting stunned up. Going to be in a bad spot, but they might be able to find Nostalgia. Not going to happen. There's the kill going over, and already first blood a lot faster than last game. We're 3 minutes in, and a bloodbath already occurring.
Yeah, no, that was a really good rotation from Renekton there. Cassante couldn't follow, I guess, because he was just too low. And you know, like that was what the fight kind of took. Good looking on Papilio to sit there and secure the blue buff though, so that he could get some more gold on the way out the door. I did like that, but yeah,
deficit.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm looking at this stuff, looking at the bot lane, and Jordan Bot does seem to just getting picked on right now, right? Like.
Yeah, you're definitely right in terms of this bot lane. I did not have hope. I was not confident, but
well, I mean, it seems as if it's working early. Well. I'm not gonna sit there and just think that I'm right for sure.
I mean, there's a 7 CS deficit on that Tristana. I think that's pretty good, and that's 4 minutes into the game. They've already proven themselves as a capable Tristana, which I do love, if I may say so. I think Tristana is one of the most, if not the most, fun AD carries in the game to watch. And yep, there's going to be Ryan Pakes back in the top lane. This time they will not be going with as aggressive as an ideology. Instead, moving over from that flash with the Ghost, going for flash with a TP. So makes a lot of sense. Obviously, a character like Cassante, you are already pretty fast. You got a lot of movement in terms of ultimate, in terms of your W, and in terms of your E, I believe. So it really is a situation where you can't get too unhappy if you are this Cassante. It's a very fun character, and I gotta say, I would love to see a Cassante run a Ghost at some point because I think they'll just be funny to watch. However, that's not going to be what happens to them.
That was so fun to watch. All of those fell at once. Drake time on spawn. Really well timed. This is a really good objective for Team Dizzy. You keep it out of Shiv's passive's hands. which is nice. I'm pretty sure it only works for Drake, 'cause it's not like all epic monsters. So that's useful. It's a free dragon. Like, Leave isn't even going to lose much from that. All of that went super well. Like, really, really well played on the side of Dizzy there. Executed kind of perfectly. Nostalgia is doing a good job. It's still going in and countering Gemini now.
Already, Ref's going to be back on in the fray. Stun is hit. Ref still going in aggressively. Ryan Pig's trying to back out. They will be able to do so with relative ease. And Team Dizzy, they did lose a bit of a start with that first blood going out of their hands. However, not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things, with Team Dizzy bouncing straight on back, taking the gold deficit in their favor, and taking the Drake to commence this game. Definitely seeming very similar. That Deja Vu is in sights, but holy carrot, going to be connected by the ultimate, not able to flash away, and that might also lead to a kill, and just the auto attack from Forgiveness secures it and brings them to a 2-0 deficit.
Really well done on layering the ult, and the slow was just a little too much, and the auto attacks came out to make sure that kill.
I got a note. That was a great idea from Forgiveness, letting them flash away and just hitting them anyways. And now, he's such a deficit.
You should just try that in League of Legends games. If they run away from you, just kill them anyways.
Exactly. And hey, look at that BF sword over on that Tristana. I guess they're going for Hu Tao's arrows.
Yeah. I mean, you want more like it's a great scaling item. It's super like fun when you're ahead. They also grab the call. Yeah, the CS discrepancy is getting pretty big now. Really in multiple lanes. Mid lane and bot lane, you've got a bit of a difference. Granted, you now have a kill on Hwei. And we'll see what's going on. Filio is getting figured out with that ping on the objective over there. He's just doing his camp. Don't mind him. We've just got some vertical jungling going on at the moment.
Oh. Might possibly lead to a bit of a deficit with Ryan Pigs getting a little bit of HP down for the count. A level up will be not the chance anymore. Ryan Pig's going to be able to pick it up at level 7 themselves, and both players there in a pretty equal situation. Only a 10 CS deficit, however, an extra kill goes over to Ref, so that does give them a bit of extra gold, however, not too much. That can't be regained at some point, especially when we see that there's a bit of building to counter, with that Renekton playing a little bit for some self-healing. Now that there is going to be that Bramble Vest, it does lead those grievous wounds to cause a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I mean it is a really good way to kind of slightly neuter him. Also good job over on the side of Dizzy to try and come and disrupt, but Nostalgia able to sit there and think back to the good old days and secure 2 out of 3 of the Void Grubs to make sure they have the passive instead.
Immediately, this gold deficit still existing, and they want to be able to get away. The magical journey going to be there, and at this point, they're going to start to make their way, piloting themselves down towards the bot side, looking to possibly cause a bit of a deficit again in this bot area. We've seen it being pretty equal so far this game, but just look at the CS. Almost a 20+ lead for the Tristana. They've been so good, and here's a look at this gold. They're already up to almost a first item, which definitely could be a big gap that you're really going to have to build towards. Magical Journey gets Freaked out of sight, and they're just going to want to possibly roam around, leave to their own devices, and they're going to be able to get so much dodging out on these licks and just kind of using that sidestep to put so much pressure on Rex as well. Just this passive of their W going to cause every bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, that was the other thing that I kind of didn't think about talking in the bot or about the bot lane matchup. Bard has to leave lane, right?
Exactly. Like, that's why I was confused. Because, like,
so,
you take a Tristana.
All right, but yeah, okay, but what does Tristana have?
Rocket jump. And then
there you
press
go,
Q,
perfect.
And then you just shoot on him with arrows. And then, yeah.
Well, no. Wrong way. Wrong way. I'm talking about if Tristana got ganked, she could rocket jump away. Therefore, she becomes, like, a lot better and safer pick to pair with somebody who has to roam and leave lane to scale.
But that's not funny.
Objectively, it could be.
I think it could be fun. I think you could get some wins out of it, and everyone loves winning. I know our Twitch chat loves winning. I know I love winning. I know you love winning. But I also love jumping on a Senna who can't do anything to stop me.
You're gonna
And
be
hey,
able to do that. You're gonna get to the point of being able to do that. You're doing it right now. You're 23 CS up.
If you're not doing it level 1, that's my statement.
It's fair enough.
Statements.
They're the jungler too. They secured the dragon, Earth Dragon down.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh,
They're
and
able
it's
to get...
another Infernal Drake. Oh, Leave is trying to get a little bit of damage in.
Look, yeah, I think it would have been cool if Leave Rocket jumped on them, hit him 4 times, reset the cooldown, get Rocket jump out. And there's not even a jungle nearby. They might have actually just sold by not doing that. I mean, I don't know. Rex. Oh, they do have Flash and they do have Barrier. Never mind. They could get out.
Yeah, and there you go.
Oh,
there's your
well, there they go.
Oh,
They canceled it with the ult. That was
really well done.
Oh my god.
Well played. The tech, the pass. Why aren't we playing like a soccer Tristana skin? I've been
I don't
robbed.
think that exists.
Yeah, whatever.
I wish, dude. I love soccer, dude.
Give me an NBA like Tristana skin. Actually, give me a basketball skin. Let her be the point guard.
I low-key hate basketball, but you know what? Like that would still be cool.
Let her be the point guard, and then she shoots a basketball out. It'll be perfect. Riot, hire me.
That would be sick.
Wow, that was a lot of damage over there in the bot lane. Holy Carrot is... Oh!
The Flash, Holy Carrot, having to dodge around, but there's going to be Pavilion moving their way straight on into the fray. But oh my god, I thought they might have had it with that Sun ult. Not going to be able to connect. Nostalgia, such low HP. There's going to be Freakter flashing over the wall. Stun connects, and Freakter finds the kill. There's a second, and there's the Warfare. We might be going to 1-1, like you said, after that play alone.
That was really well played over on the side of Dizzy. Oh my goodness. Those were actually some really hype, like well played plays. Holy Carrot, like threading the needle to stay out of skill shots. That was really impressive. Papilio not dying and living absolute there for a second. You have Bard coming out of nowhere. Oh, wait, by God, that's Bard's music. As he jumps over and like secures the kill on the jungler. Like this is a great game. Love League of Legends.
I don't even know what to say. This game's been absolutely tossed and turned each and every way. Jordan Bot coming into the bot side, looking to possibly get Holy Carrot. A little bit of a discrepancy before the goal, but they come on in. Leave. There's the rocket jump, putting in the pressure. Not going to be able to find much. Jordan Bot over the wall. They're going to try and come up and around, but there is still forgiveness. Oh, they're not going to get too much forgiveness. Oh my god, the stun! Canceling their jump over the wall. This is absolutely insane. They can't dive in. Double knock-up. But the magical journey's there. Freakter's able to get it out. Nobody coming on in, forcing out these backs, and absolute insanity coming out. How did nobody die?
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a really good job at stopping the catfish from slamming down. Couple of tower shots there. That was really bad for Ryan. As another fight breaking out in the bot lane.
Ref!
There it is.
Do something! Do something, Ref! Oh my god, look at that. Jordan Bot's gonna be able to get so much damage applied to him. And there's Papilio coming in off the Weaver's wall. They still are gonna get so much value. The double kill is there from Papilio. And Papilio is immortal, basically, because they keep on going in. Can they go under the tower? The answer's gonna be no. Holy Carrot up for the top side. Forgiveness. Possibly gonna be able to find them. Yes, they will. Holy Carrot, a little bit of an overextension going in solo. And oh my gosh, Team Dizzy still keeping up this lead. It's about 2,000 gold too, with 2 Drakes in their favor. I mean, this game seems like it's all theirs to win.
They definitely are in the position, like they're technically in the driver's seat right now. 2,100 gold can flip, you know, in a team fight in an objective. So they're not out of this yet, right? Like Ember Phoenix has been in this position before. They have crawled out of it. They haven't crawled out of it. Like, you know, they're in the mindset they want to crawl out of it. And you do have to remember this is Fearless Draft, so it's not like they can deal like any of these champions that are problems for either of these rosters. They at least get to say at least they can't pick it next game.
And that Pantheon, definitely going to be a problem. I was a little bit skeptical of it. I will be the first one to admit. But Sundered Sky already online. They already have Merc Treads. This is a player who you're really going to have to watch out for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they're ahead where they need to be. Definitely for sure. Tristana is right about to finish that call as well. So that's going to be about 60 CS, 2 assist, and 300 extra gold. So, the discrepancy in the AD department's getting kind of big, but look at how much damage Frigator does.
Oh, already stunning up. Jordan bot pushed in even closer, trying to get out, but the shield is just so much that they can't kill it. Oh my god, the triple golden. Gonna be able to get so much stun, but the Freakster finds the kill. There's the trade coming in with the carrot got down, and a double kill comes in from Ref. Ref is certainly doing something. The memes on TikTok certainly gonna be putting in a good performance. They don't get that.
Oh my
They don't
goodness,
get
man.
that. There's no world.
Oh no, that's rough, buddy. Really well played. If you're forgiveness.
Oh my lord. Oh, well.
I mean, you are
still look
taking.
cool.
That was like 3 or 4 turret shots, so that much damage made a lot of sense. But that was really well played to sit there and get the kill. Yeah, I'm still thinking about that dragon steel.
That's exactly what I'm thinking about too.
I'm still like thinking back to that. That was an auto and like a Q.
Dude.
Oh, like an oh no, ref.
Ow.
Yeah, ref. I don't know, buddy. You're in
kill
trouble
him in
now.
here because he does have
double
ult.
dash.
Yeah, it could have been close. But
If he didn't have dash, or if he had used dash earlier, I think he would have had to have fought, and I don't know if he can trade there.
Oh, this engagement's starting to come out. Rex not gonna take any damage, able to back out relatively simply. But this is a big objective you got to fight for. This Herald means a lot. We saw last game that the Herald did in fact go over to Team Dizzy, but that was because there was very little, if any, contestation over from Ember Phoenix. This time, it's a very different story. They know they got to contest for it already under that 4K range. Oh my god, getting completely burned down. Jordan dot forced out, gonna be able to go in, but it's Weave to come on in. The rocket jump force them into the fight, finding the value. Ryan Pack's gonna be in a little bit of a deficit, but they are going to be seeing Ref getting it shut down this time. Over towards the Bard. The Bard finds a double and Freakter, a complete unkillable god. Who needs support when you got a weapon of your own? Ryan Pake's going to be taking a lot of damage, and they will be able to fall down in the end. Forgiveness is going to be shut down by Papilio, and oh no, that's going to be the Herald shut down once more by the side of Team Dizzy.
I mean, maybe. Like, they are really low right now. I guess the only person up is Jordan Bot, so you're not going to expect much of a contestation from here. I mean, he is no Freak Tour on Bard who would be able to steal an objective, right? Though Leaf does have to maybe be a little careful. Yeah.
Oh?
Leaf is respecting. Leaf respects it, and he's going to do his namesake and abscond.
Honestly, I think they could have probably found a kill there. Just
No.
leave.
No, you're not. No, Cherry. No, Cherry. No.
I know their HP is non-existent.
Cherry.
but
No.
Just look at this, bro. This is absolutely tragic. This is 2-item Tristana against a Tom Kench who's 0-4 with barely 1 item.
Cherry, that is an absolutely vein spotting thing to do. Do not stay when you are that low in League of Legends. Do as I say, not as I do.
I feel like it would have been so funny though. Imagine you get that kill.
And
that would have
imagine
been
you
hilarious.
lose your 350 like bounty to a carry.
What carry? The whole team is practically dead at this point.
Ref is sitting there at 4-1.
That's true. Ref is looking really.
Ref is there at 4-1. Like, you still have to respect Hui's damage.
That's fair. That's fair, especially when they have the torch. It's gonna be difficult to really take them lightly. However, I don't think they're going to be able to do much against this Pantheon, against this Tristana. The rest of the team, maybe. Obviously, like, just those two who are, like, kind of those assassinators, like, they're going to be the ones you got to worry about. And even the Bard. Like, can we just talk about this Bard who has more kills than everyone except Papilio combined? Like,
Yeah, I mean, but I had faith in Bard to start.
you did have faith, and I did not, and I will admit that. Oh my god, though. That's just going to be... They're literally just robbing him. They're just robbing him. It's not fair.
Papilio gets out because of shield. Though the rest of the team is there. They may turn this into the objective, but I think they're backing off. I don't think anything's going to happen right now. Pantheon can come back. Does he have man drop? Shout out again to how long it's been that I've played League of Legends. I mean, his ultimate is up at the moment, so he could grant Skyfall in.
I feel like if you're Ember Phoenix, you don't want to fight this, though, no?
No, you don't want to fight it. I was just making sure that Papilio could end up there, right? Like that, and that's another reason to like not fight. But they do have to fight for the dragon.
God.
You can't give Dragon Soul up to this team. But Jordan Bot is already gonna have to like tuck tail and turn away. He's about half HP. I don't know if he can stay and fight, but I don't know if he has the time to leave either. And obviously, like, Dizzy is looking. They either want this Dragon Soul or they want this dragon.
Oh, comes straight on into the fight. Root comes down, able to get a lot of damage onto Ryan Picks. No kills just yet. No real damage. Jordan Bot still at around half HP, but that's fine because Papilio is in a similar situation as well. 6k, a lot of priority over towards Ember Phoenix. They're set up in a really good spot to take this Drake. Ryan Picks starting out the engagement. A lot of abilities coming on in. Oh my god, there's the seal though, and the Infernal Drake comes online. There's going to be Ryan Picks over the ball. Going to be able to find the kill, but it's going to be a trade. Papilio down. That's a real carry that you've got to make sure you can get out. You want to run from the hills if you are on this side of Team Dizzy, but they're not going to be able to get out. They're in the fryer, but holy carrot trying to make their way out. And wait, Jordan, like all of this is absolutely tragic. How did they lose this? Lead comes in, finds another, resets the dash, and there's the Weaver's Wall coming on in, isolating Forgiveness, and finds it as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dizzy is just really playing these team fights. I wouldn't say close to perfect. I mean, yeah, I would say close to perfect right now. The dragon like got destroyed by Smite Q. Over from Papilio there. It didn't stand a chance. I think he bursted it down from like 2k just about. So I don't know what you're gonna try and do there. Like if you are Ember Phoenix, other than just pray. And then it was a really drawn out fight, but they couldn't get close enough to leave to actually like kill them. They did force the flash out, so that at least they won't have that the next fight, presumably. We have Baron up in 4 minutes, so that's obviously the next big objective. Rift Herald finally comes out. We'll see if it ends up getting anything. It may. Yeah, it is getting piloted. It does look like Papilio is going to take it to the top side. Kind of get a couple of good charges out of it then. That is pretty smart.
Oh, Team Dizzy, they have that soul in hand. They are going to be seeing Freakter pushing in Magical Journey out, and they will just be able to find out everybody on the enemy team. The map is cleared. Ult comes in from the Shyvana. Gonna be airborne. Double stun comes in. Papilio, 1v3 situation after that, and oh man, without Holy Carrot, you're really in for it, but can they even find it? Nostalgia's gonna try, but they just can't make anything happen. Jordan Bot goes aggressively, but they won't find it out. Oh, Leave is gonna go in, but Jordan Bot still stands strong.
Yeah, I mean, and I like Leave going in there, but also Leave can't go in there. He is Tristana at the end of the day. All the rocket jumps in the world don't matter if you face check a Renekton stun.
The fact that Ember Phoenix is still holding on, it's giving me hope. 5k, 4k deficit or so. And yeah, it's not the best situation, that's for sure, but it certainly isn't the worst. If you can get this Tristana to a point where they're no longer able to do everything, it could really start to change the game. Because Tristana is a character that definitely falls. However, we are getting into the next engagement. Airborne comes out on the freak throw. Gonna be trying to get Papilio. That's a main player you want to find, and Forgiveness sniping them with that skill shot. But at this point, Jordan Bot's gonna be the first one into the fray, trying to find the aggression. Gonna be eating up their teammate, but look at that counter aggression. Lee's gonna go in, Rocket Jump, getting everything, and Ryan Pigs finds the ending. But oh man, a double comes out from the side of Holy Carrot, and I was thinking this might be back in anyone's game, but after that, Forgiveness going to be able to find one, but the Weaver's Wall coming straight on in. It's a drive-by, and it's going to be the Weaver's Wall of Holy Carrot to take everyone down. A triple kill, ending off the team fight.
Yeah, I will say the objective, like, the bounty did go over to Hui. I mean, it's maybe a little too late. I will not apologize for art. So we'll see if that gold can get used effectively, but I'm thinking Dizzy's got a very firm hold on this game. And I would be surprised if they don't tie it up at the end of this one.
Let us see. At this point, it's gonna seem as if either team can take the win, but it's definitely Team Dizzy. They're the advantage. They are the team that's looking the best. Their top laner now, Ryan Pakes. They were down a little bit. I believe they were 1-3 at this point. They're 4-3. They have a lot extra CS. They have a lot of kills in their opponent, and especially now that they have this extra bit of magic resistance as well, it's going to mean that the Shyvana and the Sway are going to be a lot less potent against them. So I think that with how this Baron is starting to get attacked as well, you're really going to have to do something, but the Shyvana is nowhere near it, meaning that that's just going to be a free Baron as well for the taking. Ryan Pake's going to be the one to try and just keep them alive. A triple stun. Oh, no. That's the only words that I have. That's the only words that you have, and yeah, that's so tragic.
I mean, luckily they didn't have the follow-up to actually really kind of slam through them there. It's a really disgusting shield on Pantheon there to just boop it right in front of the Senna ult and not take any damage. I'd trade a 20-second cooldown for like a minute cooldown any day.
Very fair. Very fair. However, who knows how this game will end up coming out. Team Dizzy. They are looking like they are going to be going in for this magical journey. They're going to try and engage, however, forcing out Flash from Jordan Bot already. Where it's going to be their Ryan Pigs taking very minimal damage due to how tanky they are. But Drake is online. This is going to be the Baron, not Baron, sorry. This is the Elder, sorry. And a very important objective. If you can take this, if you're on Elder, or End, I can't speak. If you are on the Ember Phoenix, sorry, then this would be a very strong place to be for you. However, this engagement seemed like they might actually have it. This Aldra's going to be at a very low HP, but Ryan Pace is going to keep up the pressure. We see Leave engaging, but not able to find too much. No real counter aggression either. Stun comes down, but it's going to be a lot of damage on Jordan Bot. There's the root coming in. Ult comes in from the way. There's Ref down for the count by the looks of it. They won't fall down just yet, though. Still so low. Rex going to be the first one to fall. There's going to be a second, and there's going to be the third. Double kill coming in from Leave, and they want to make it more, but they're not going to be able to get it. It's going to be Papilio to end it out, marching down the mid lane and finding the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and end here. They have the timers for it. What? It's 30 seconds. Is Jordan Bot. So I think that I mean, yeah, that was such a flip from game one. Like, I will say that maybe that Papilio play where he ended up living like in mid, the play that kind of seemed to turn the game on its head, that felt like a coin flip almost, just because of how low everyone was. With that change, you know, the game would have definitely looked different. With that being said, I think game 3 could go to anybody.
I definitely agree with you on that one. I think just based off of the pressure that was just put on them, I'm gonna favor Team Dizzy, because that game was so much less close than game 1. Game 1 was like 30 minutes before anybody took a big lead. This time, however, I mean, basically ever since like 15 minutes into the game, it was all Team Dizzy, who was just looking so much better.
Yeah, but like I said, with Bravery, this could have been a team comp that was just a bunch of really comfortable, like, these are my these are our pet picks. These are our mains. You know, I have over 2,000 plus games on so and so, so like I'm comfortable playing him into any matchup. Kind of deal. So we'll have to see what everybody breaks out for game 3. Really quick highlights to this one. I don't know. Forgiveness did a lot of damage. Holy Carrot did a lot of damage. Tristana did damage, but her damage was like, not as high, but definitely effective. And then I'm looking for one other thing. 9,000 more damage from Freakter than Jordan bought. Like, but I mean, like I said, I'd harped about that. I kind of knew that was going to happen. Just because the double range matchup into a melee is never fun for the melee if they can't find the angle to actually engage. And if you're stunned, you can't finish your leap, and if you're cannon shot into an enemy pantheon, you also cannot leap.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this next game is going to go after how crazy that one was, but we're going to be seeing you right after this break. We'll be back for the next draft. Make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back right after this. Back at it again. We are returning with draft coming in right immediately for us, and already some more bans from game number 2, game number 1. And we'll see whether or not any real changes are going to be in play. Probably not. Most likely sticking the same with those AP jungles, AP tops. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, obviously we don't like Auroras. We don't want to see any Auroras in these games. No Dianas allowed. The ban streak continues. Let's see what else we got in store. I'm kind of curious on how these team comps will look now. The poke comp didn't really work, but like whatever that comp was definitely did.
Let's see.
Banned out. That makes sense.
Yeah, Ivern definitely a big one to want to get rid of. We saw it last time being the first thing banned. This time it's going to be the second with the Aurora taking priority. Not a big problem, but we will see.
Volibear. So yeah, I mean, we're still gonna basically be seeing the champions that we didn't see in the last game, because I mean, the mains have to be getting banned out here, right? You're at the point now and where you don't want to see anybody get their pocket picks, and you got to hedge your bets. So we'll see what slips through these first pick sets.
Already, yeah. I mean, we are getting straight to it. We actually will be seeing a Poppy, which is a little bit different from something that we've seen in the past this time. But
No,
yeah,
Poppy was banned game 1.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Yeah, Poppy got banned out game 1 with supports, maybe game 2 as well. Because I had commented on they didn't want anybody interrupting any of the dashes that they had, the Zinzaos and stuff like that. So maybe it didn't come out on the side of Ember, but it definitely was a ban that happened last split or game 1.
Ash, yeah, it's gonna be a big one, and then replied with a Jhin. Certainly an interesting one.
Yeah, you're getting to the point now on where you I think that you want to match whatever your opponent is picking. Just because if you have a pick discrepancy, then it's going to get like abused in the ban phase, and you're going to get like a weak champion on whoever. You know, and I don't know if you want to deal with like a mid lane matchup discrepancy between an Ahri and somebody that you can't play anymore.
Let's see. There's the Ahri, as you said, and yeah, I mean, it's a big one. Maybe you're gonna want to like bring in a Vi to really secure that mid lane priority. Bring in a lot of combos. It would certainly be nice. However, on the opposite side, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like a Nocturne to reply. It's gonna be a Rel, however, going for that support early on, and yeah, I mean, it's definitely. Oh, never mind. Switching over to the Viego, definitely a big one, and it makes sense from Ember Phoenix. They're gonna want to really come out of the gate swinging, and something like a Viego does a great job at doing that.
Yeah. Viego, like, so now you are kind of in that scenario, right? Like, jungler is going to get locked in here. We'll see if they lock in their mid laner with this pick. Because I'm just kind of curious. I guess I'm curious about the mind games that are played within late. There we go. Yes, that's a good mid laner. I'm very happy now. Like I'm so elated I get to see a Sylas played. Sylas makes me happy. Skarner. Yeah, so okay, cool. I'm in the right mindset for that. Then you want to basically match what your opponent is picking. Okay. Instead of Skarner, we're gonna go to Fury. I think I like that more because I think Neferi ult is less effective on Sylas. I mean, obviously it's going to be less effective on Sylas, but I'm trying to think about what Sylas can do with Neferi ult, and it's not as much as what Sylas can do with Neferi ult, obviously.
Yeah, I think that Neferi, it's interesting because we could see that in that jungle, or maybe they're going to want to play that top. I think that like there's possible for it. Obviously, a lot less likely than something like a jungle because of how good that is right now. But who knows? I mean, it definitely could go either way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking jungler just because, you know, the Skarner was hovered first. But you are right, like, I didn't even think about the possibility of grabbing a flex pick. We are probably, I guess, if I'm gonna guess on another ban, I'll say Leona. I might be wrong. Syndra could get banned out here too. That was the last ban last game.
I think Kindred would make sense. Or, not Kindred,
will
sorry.
also, well, I mean, Kindred is a strong jungler.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't make sense right
Jax! We are just trying to keep away from those fight a lot, like, champions.
Yeah.
Rel getting locked in on Team Dizzy. I do like Rel. I don't know whose comp I like more right now.
I mean, we did see the side of Ember Phoenix trying to hover that rel, so that might be a little bit of a disparity for them because that was probably something they wanted to go for, especially with that Ashe, since you get some really good engage out of both. You get the extra movement speed from the rel, and just the extra bit of slow that you get from the Ashe really does force fights. But it's going to be a Renata Gloss to come in, so definitely a fun one. You get a lot of options with that, and see how that does play out.
Yeah, and okay, so we're finishing everything out. That is going to be a Neferi in the jungle. Cho'Gath is going to be top lane. Like, these are pretty standard lanes from what I can tell based off of what we got picked. I'm still trying to think about the comps and like which side I like more. Ember picked Sylas, which is probably my most played champion in this like set right now. Followed like, I don't know. I'm probably still gonna lean on Dizzy's side just because I do like Rel, I do like Jhin. I think Sylas can play into Ahri well. It's not gonna be a fun matchup to start, but I mean, we'll just have to see what happens. I'll let you kind of give your last words before you kick us off to break, Cherry. What are you thinking about the comps?
Yeah, I think that it's definitely interesting seeing the Cho'Gath. That's going to mean a lot. But I think realistically, this is good seeing that Renata Glusk, since we did see last game the sports were really just getting pressured a ton. But as you said, we're going to go to a short little break. We will be back in just a little bit. And yeah, make sure to stay tuned because this is going to be a big one. Peace. And we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're joining you once more on the Rift. This is it. Game number 3 on the line. Match point, series point for both these teams would be unlocked if they do take the win. But as we know, it's still a long road ahead of us. Beatnomics, how are you feeling about this?
Feeling good. Can we go back 2 seconds though?
What do you mean?
Did you say it was going to be match point at this point? Isn't this about?
Well, no, I
five
meant
series?
if it gets unlocked.
Oh,
You
okay,
know what I mean?
okay.
Yeah. So you get that pressure. You get that pressure. You get 2 chances.
Okay. You're
after this.
threatening. You're threatening at that point. Right.
I don't know if I'm threatening it. It's big
No.
deal,
I'm
you
not
know?
saying you're threatening. I'm saying that they're threatening at that point.
Oh, yes. But we'll see. Obviously, there's a chance that this Ashe, if they can hit a W here, they could possibly get a slow into Ryan Bakes, but not going to be the case. Nobody's going to be able to connect anything of real value, and we do see this engagement coming into the jungle. Nobody's going to test it. Instead, just going to allow it to go the opposite way. Ward is there to make sure that nothing really gets crazy, and that's basically going to be it.
Oh. Forgiveness almost landing the shackle toss. I wanted to see it.
Pelio. Gonna be really pushed up here. Possibly gonna have to get a lot of extra value if they want to do much, but they don't have to get too much because they're just gonna be in the opposing jungle. They know that this Viego started topside of their own, and now they are just going to start sneaking away everything that they can.
Yeah, but this is going to be the only thing that they'll safely be able to get. If they show up, they're going to be spotted on this ward down here. And, you know, I mean, Nostalgia is going to be able to act accordingly. They're obviously not crashing on them. The pings just came out. So, like, you know, really well-placed ward. Obviously, the same thing is going to happen over on the side if Nostalgia decides to head up, but it looks like they're going to go in for the collapse instead. And yeah, Papilio's not even is just like, I'm out. No way. Forget y'all. So we'll see if if that was the right play, or if we're going to get kind of punished there, not going up for the buff on the side of Nostalgia, going for the enemy red.
See, already Jordan Bot going to be able to sidestep on this Jhin, but right now it's just going to be a pretty equalized game once more. Ember, Phoenix, obviously they were in a pretty bad situation last game. They want to try and make up for it. The tone needs to be set for them. And right now, Holy Carrot's going to be able to weave their way, dancing through every which way. And Power Forgiveness, not going to be able to find too much, but there's going to be the comeback, and that's going to do it. Ember, Phoenix taking the lead once more. Now, they did do this last game, and it didn't seem to bring too much favors for them, but who knows? New game, new them. Let's see if they can make it happen.
No, that's gonna be the. I wouldn't be happy if I was over on the other side of Team Dizzy. Like, at least Holy Carrot didn't flash there. So you know they are just able to TP. They're back in the lane, pretty safe. Charm just wasn't back up yet, so that was really well played on Team Ember to go back in before cooldowns were secured. And kind of, once again, just really good CC chain with the stun into a lot of damage, because Silas and Viego get to do a lot of damage.
I'll have to wait and see what does come of this. Charm is going to be there. Holy Carrot taking a little bit of damage, but replying with a majority of it themselves. Jordan Bot's going to be able to sidestep this rail coming on in once more. Leave's going to be taking the forefront of this hit. The tower not able to connect at all, but Rack still taking a bit of it. They're actually going to be in a really bad spot comparatively to Leave, who did take a decent amount of damage. However, it's not a terrible spot for them. They are going to be able to get out, and they will be at around half HP going into the next fight.
Man, all these manaless champions too. Team alternate resource over here is Team Dizzy at the moment. Like, we have 4 bullets, we have dogs, we have spirits, like little will-o-wisps. Rel's
Our
the only
goodness.
normal person. Holy Carrot should be pretty careful though. Like, depending on experience at the moment, if I could get a click onto Silas, to kind of see what experience they're at, because hitting 6 and being able to ult might work out really well for them. Also, that was a pretty funny interaction. Get knocked up straight into a tower shot. Good morning, Aatrox. Welcome back to lane. I haven't even looked at CS right now. What's having fun? Sorry. Go ahead.
Still just playing it out, and I mean, as now Ref is just going to be under turret, still just making their way and trying to find as much XP, as much CS, but you look at this differential, really is just the Aatrox and Ryan Pace, just so much stronger. 23 up, only 5 minutes, 51 seconds in, and they're still going for it. They're still trying to find the value. However, this jungler in of Nostalgia, we've already seen them being able to really put the hurt onto this Ahri of Holy Carrot. Can they do it again? Onto this top laner? The answer is going to be no. Both top laners out. Going to go into a bit of a tech pause as well, so we're going to work our way through this. Not sure if that's just like a regular team timeout, trying to figure out how to adapt better into the game, or whether or not one of the players DC'd. We'll have to wait and see, but as of now, we are going to be back, and we're just going to see what these teams do bring us.
Yeah, how's your day going? No, I'm kidding.
Pretty good.
I'm kidding.
Pretty good.
I'm kidding. We should talk about the game. The game was actually pretty exciting. The game is back. The game is back. That's how our day is going.
That is how my day is going. Well, excluding me getting hacked, but that's just for a different day, different story. The story now is a very similar situation for both teams. We have similar CS around the board. However, that top lane, that's where it really does get bad. 16 CS ahead for this Aatrox and Ryan Pace. And on the opposite side, like, most of these players are up. So you got to give them credit where credit is due. The Silas is currently up. The Ashe is way up a little bit. And yeah, it's just a good spot for both teams to be in. The gold deficit, very non-existent, to be honest. Besides that one Drake going over.
Hey,
And
Ref has got his secret weapon.
Oh, what's the secret weapon? Oh, the
best.
Oh, we saw this last game too.
That's what I'm saying.
That's just been
Secret
such
weapon.
a good item.
And I mean, and he is playing against sustained champions, so it does make sense. Like the Fiora was banned out too, but I'm sure if Fiora shows up next game, it'll sort of be similar.
Especially in Aatrox, the Grievous wounds are going to do so much against that. Well, we will just wait and see. Because, I mean, Ember Phoenix, this is a little bit of a slower game like what we saw in Game 1. However, that first blow to the Ahri definitely did create a bonus set for this matchup. If they can come around that, and if they can overcome that, Team Dizzy definitely can bring themselves to series points. Being that team to go up against Gangs Heaven Mirage would definitely be a good achievement in of its own, but still got to be able to find the win first.
Yeah, I mean, well, both teams have to find 2 wins still, to be fair.
That is true.
So, the next win only gets you closer. It doesn't get you there.
I meant
so
more in the
is
sense
important,
of a series win. But yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, okay, a series win, but you don't win the series until you win 2 games.
Yes,
So.
it is a marathon.
Oh, they don't know about this bush. Oh, forgiveness, careful.
Oh, a charm comes in, and Forgiveness going to take the hit, but not the end of the world. They will just be able to play their own game. Nostalgia is going to be very aggressively pushed up, but they're also not going to find any real weakness. Forgiveness still coming on in, but it's going to be Holy Carrot. It might possibly take damage.
I mean, this is a 4v4.
Would make sense. Oh, and the Asher is also going to come up. Let's see if that does connect. No, it does not. Holy Carrot able to Spirit Rush right on away. Forgiveness is going to drop that Ariel in twice, but there's going to be the flash forced out from Ref. Still, though, this priority over towards the Grub is going to favor Dizzy so much, and there's Freakter already taking a hit of it, but oh no, going to be the first one to die. Ryan Pake's going to be able to find out Forgiveness, going for more. Ref's possibly going to be shut down. Not going to happen. 1-for-1 trade, but Forgiveness still somehow they do fall down. Unfortunate, to say the least. That was the one player who was ahead with that first kill. Hexic Alternator was up, but unfortunately, they just couldn't find anything off of it.
Yeah, I mean, another really well played fight. Forgiveness did try and steal Ari's ult, but had to use 2 dashes immediately to try and get out. Silas is getting closer to, like, being Silas, but he still needs more levels into that W so that he has, the cooldown for it, and then he needs to start building items. Oh. Then he needs more CDR at the moment before he can kind of just be the big hulking monster that Silas's are on occasion. And a reason on why he's like a contested pick at the moment.
I'll have to wait and see what does end up occurring. Obviously, this game could go either way. Despite that kill, it's going to still be like Dizzy. They've gotten the advantage. They've seen this last game. They do a great job at being able to leverage this advantage. The question now becomes, can they continue to leverage it and be able to find another win? Go up 2-1. Airborne's going to be there looking to get some more. Ref's possibly going to be able to find a bit of extra damage. However, Ryan Pigs, unwavering and unfaltering, they continuously push in despite that Bramble Vest, and they're just going to find a bit of damage. Not going to have as much healing as they would like, but it's better if the lightest. There's going to be, the curtain call coming right on in, and Jordanbot possibly to fall down, looking to try and hit the snipe, and gonna be able to do it.
Boom, good eye sniper, I shoot and you run. But I don't know, a little bit of miscommunication over there on the side of Team Dizzy to secure that kill. A couple of skill shots missed. I think if they, obviously they didn't need them too badly, but if they can sure that up, it'll be even more dangerous later. This is such an interesting top lane matchup. I love wet noodle matchups.
Let us see. This Nefari's going in for this Drake, looking to possibly find it, but Nostalgia on the opposite side. Stun's going to be there. There's the Airborne as well. Already, though, we do see a bit of confusion, but Stun's going to be there. Freaked are going to take a lot of extra damage. Forgiveness going to be able to pull in the Rel ult, and Forgiveness finds that counter with Helio, though, on the opposite side, getting shut down as well. There's the Feats of Warfare. Ember Phoenix going to be doing a great job at keeping up that original lead that they gained, but and they continue it and pulling a Drake to equalize it. That's the question. The answer seems to definitely be an astounding yes.
Yeah, and in that whole time, like, you still have a pretty big difference in that top lane. But once Cho'Gath gets a couple of, like, defensive items, like he's building towards at the moment, then yeah, I mean, what is that going to be? What HP item is that going to be? The two giant belt and then the scarab arm band. That's not the name of the item.
I'm not sure myself. I don't play tanks, unfortunately, and I don't have that memorized, but we will see. There's always the chance they go for the Heart Steel, which is possible. They might even go for something like the Warmogs, and
I think it does build both too, but I was thinking more along the lines of Warmogs, but I don't think so. A little bit of a fight breaks out. Freakster maybe in trouble.
Yeah, that's to say the least. Freakster gonna be shut down by Nostalgia, able to pick up another kill, and Nostalgia's really been that team player this game who's been that real win factor for him, and maybe they can get some more off this. The gold deficit's still not in their favor, which is tragic, but
Jin is
on
in
the
trouble.
bot side. Oh yeah, that's
Flashes.
more than just trouble. Leaves already down for the count, and Nostalgia's picking up the kill once more. They're already 3-0 with 2 assists. The Triforce online, it's just been a constant demolishing.
Yeah, both of these junglers are trying to do a lot to keep their teams like ahead in the game, just winning. So, hats off to both of them. I don't think they're just trading back and forth, right? I feel like I'm watching football at the moment, and this is the MVP seasons for the last 2 years. I digress. Yeah, I mean, you have a slight advantage over on the side of Dizzy's bot lane. Like, Leave is ahead of Ashe, at least in CS. but I'm wondering if the gold's a lot more even because of those assists and that one kill. Oh, a little fight.
Oh, coming on in. Silence going to be there, trying to dodge away. The Aatrox able to do it. We see them just able to get everything, but the stun's going to be there. Ryan Pig's down for the count. There's going to be the ult coming in from the Wolves in that Nefiri. It won't find too much. Pelio going to back off immediately. Curtain call active. Not going to be able to connect onto Rex, and they will be able to back off. Freakter coming straight on in, looking to burn down this tower, and they will be able to do so relatively swiftly. No contestant from Rex by the looks of it.
Yeah, unable to contest there really, but you know, also lucky they didn't step into any of those curtain call shots, because they were going to get jumped on Nostalgia, getting ready to jump on Ryan even. Oh, the teleport coming in, that'll scare him off. Ari. Oh no, that was Freakter. Freakter's running teleport. Amazing. I didn't even notice that. I'm a fool.
Let us see. It's going to be the Herald contested once more. This is the first time we've seen Ember Phoenix really take priority of it. Past 2 games, it's been Dizzy 7 to take this Herald. Time, however, it does seem to be a little bit different. Ryan takes up towards the top lane, able to get a decent amount of damage out onto Ref.
Oh, the arrow!
Still alive, and there's going to be the arrow coming in from Forgiveness, taking the advantage and taking it all down for the count. There's also the Herald in their favor. This point,
Forgiveness teleporting back mid to sit there and take it. Another thing to keep in mind is now Silas has Aatrox ultimate. That makes your W really good. As a heads up. Because it's a healing amplifier.
oh, and that's going to be bouncing straight on into this tower, looking to gather it all. Stun comes through. Freakter trying to make something, but Jordanbot still just staying alive. Decent amount of damage applied to him, but they are going to keep their life intact. Forgiveness getting the kill onto Papilio, looking for some more. Aatrox ult has been copied, however. It's an interesting one. I guess you get the self-heal, but I don't know how much.
No, you get the... I just talked about this.
Oh, did you just talk about this?
Yes, you get the... You have
Yeah.
healing amplification.
Yeah.
Yes, the healing amplification is really good on W.
Oh, but you're actually so right. Wait.
Yeah, what do you
That's
mean?
actually
Yes,
nuts.
I have like millions of mastery points on Silas.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, he's like I'm him, Ezreal, and then I don't know who else. I'm too lazy to look. I'm looking right now. I was lying. But yeah, like so yeah, there's a bunch of fun stuff that Silas can do with that ult. There are cool ults for Silas. He just gets to have fun. Silas is a funny guy.
I'd imagine a good one you're going to want to get is possibly just like either that Nefiri or that Ari, just because of the movement. But yeah, I mean, I'd imagine both, and along with that, just self-heal. Or he's not self-heal, as you said, but healing amplification, sorry. Definitely going to be 2 big ones. And already this gold deficit, it is still very equalized, which you would not expect. Freakter going to be coming in. There's going to be the Spirit Rush coming in as well, and they both going to be locked and loaded, but loading straight on into the phrase. Going to be Nostalgia coming in off that Ash Arrow. Great stuff coming on in for him, and that's an extra kill just instantly yoinked away.
What are these wards? Dragon falling over to the side again. Wow, all 3 games have been Infernal.
It is interesting, yeah. I mean, I guess that's just how the gods have blessed us today. With
Thank you,
these...
League of Legends gods, giving us fun drakes. Also, can I get an update on Nom Watch? Click on that Cho'Gath for me, Prod. How many feast stacks we got? We sitting at 6 feast stacks. I wonder how many of those are the good ones. Yeah, buddy. We're getting big. Speaking of getting big though, he's in a little trouble. He's got to finish this tower off.
Yeah, the tower.
Oh, I
doesn't
don't
seem
think
to
he's
be
gonna get to
taken.
do it. Oh no.
Absolute tragedy. And hey, I mean, up towards the mid lane, we will be seeing a bit of contention possibly with this Neferi. Papilio coming up, going to be backing instead actually, and now it's just going to be Rex to take down the minions, looking to some extra priority up towards the mid lane, and we do see both supports and bots, and on either side. Testing over here, nobody to really create engagement. We take a look at objective timers, 5 minutes and 30 seconds until this pit will be stormed, and 3 minutes and 50 until a Drake will be uncovered. Who's going to take him? That's the question. The side of Ember Phoenix would like to, because that would put them up to a point a little bit further. However, we've seen constantly today that the side of Team Dizzy has been really good when it comes to being able to keep Drake prioritization in their favor. Filio going to be taking a little bit of an engagement against our Forgiveness. However, holy carrot, straight on into the engagement as well, diving right on into him, trying to make some kind of play, but it's just not happening. Papilio finds the kill. Forgiveness falls down to the ground, and that leaves them with a bit of a deficit once more. It was 8-2. Now it is 8-4 in terms of these kills. So it really seems as if Team Dizzy is coming back.
Yeah, I mean, this is about to be another nom-watch stack for Cho'Gath. Oh no. Never mind, I'm a fool. I'm a liar. I'm a charlatan.
Moving on into the next fight. We will possibly see this tower fall before...
Ooh,
and the minion's going to be able to conclude it. Jordanbot's going to
Win.
flash in, but there's going to be... Oh my god, that's absolutely tragic. The fact that this get called out so easily. Freakter's going to be down for the count. Papilio trying to make their way on out. Jordanbot, no ultimate in sight. However, they can still be able to connect a handshake or so. Papilio able to back out. We do see the back coming online, but still flashing straight on into the loving hands of Rex.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really well attempted, like, escape on the side of Neferi. I liked it, but yeah, I think there were just too many members of Ember Phoenix nearby, and they're really... It's still not a big gold discrepancy despite the 6 kills. Which you know, does kind of harbor to that situation about Dizzy. That was also a super good cancel.
Ooh, coming back up. Root, Charm, Death. Jordanbot finds their success of dying, and it leads to this game being a little bit closer than one would imagine. Minute 30 until this Drake will spawn, meaning that if you are Jordanbot, you're going to have to get straight back into the action as soon as you respawn, because both teams are certainly going to want to be prepared for that Drake.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to want to be prepared for the Drake. The other thing that you kind of got that's a problem is, despite, you know, it doesn't matter how quick you get there, you have to make sure that Cho'Gath and that, well, just that Cho'Gath never makes it there. Cho'Gath has the most superior smite at the moment. So, food for thought. Heartsteel is completed. We've got super enhanced Swifty boots. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at damages, looking at them items. Viego is definitely scary with 2 completed items, a Trinity Force and a Collector.
Forgiveness taking a bit of damage. Holy Carrot looking to just poke and prod, fish out a little bit of extra damage on to some of their opponents, and now Team Dizzy coming on into the engagement. 17 seconds until this Drake does spawn. Seems as if Team Dizzy will have prioritization. However, in terms of HP, Forgiveness is already copied out the Spirit Rush, looking to possibly dive on over the pit with that in hand. But already giving over a little bit of space, not really going to be holding too much of it. And that concession is going to lead to Ember Phoenix taking this for themselves.
Well, most likely
be there. Oh, look at that. Charm's going to be able to hit. There's the Root as well, coming in from the Jhin. Looking to get something more. Oh, and they're going to keep on going. Holy Carrot getting completely just swarmed from Forgiveness, and Forgiveness still finds the kill. It's a 2v2, but Leave's going to be able to find it. Leave, such low HP, they won't be able to get connected by this Cho'Gath, and Ref still just standing strong, trying to put some pressure, but it's going to be a 2v2 over towards the river. Current Call gets active, looking to try and find something. Silence is there. Papilio ulting in, trying to find any engagement. They will be able to do so. Ref almost falls, and that's going to do it. Ryan Pick secures the kill and a Drake in their hand.
Yeah, like I was saying, that's the fight, right? The gold got flipped. They just brought it back. That was the only thing that they were really down right now. As you can tell at the top, like towers. Towers are a big gold swing at the moment. Kind of evening out on the Drakes. That also helps them out a lot. Yeah. I mean, they've got the 3 grubbies. I mean, they're really good at being objective based. We are going to start posturing towards Baron. It's going to be a Baron battle soon enough, right? It has to be. Both of these teams can smell it. They want the win. Like, Ember knows that they can win this game. They've been up in kills, like a majority of it. Fights off. Good lord, Rex is just gone.
Oh, look at that ult from Papilio trying to make something happen. Nostalgia going to be taking the damage. There's going to be the Ref down for the count once more. Ryan Pikes able to get the kill. This is twice in a row. Ryan Pikes has been able to top lane diff them, and at this point, they're going to start rotating over. They want to be able to find this top lane, and they want to find this Baron, and they will be able to do just that. It's a 3v5 at the bare most. But it's going to be looking like they want to fight this. If you are Ember Phoenix, you have to, but you just can't make anything of it. Jordanbot, charmed, found, and destroyed.
Yeah, Silas is sitting on the outside, has Ari ult again. We'll see if Forgiveness can do anything here. Nostalgia cannot get into the pit at the moment. It's not low enough yet. We'll see if Forgiveness can do anything. They, like you said, they are outnumbered. The Ash Arrow comes in. And Baron is gone. Freakter is getting engaged on. The teleport comes out from Ref. Does look like they're trading their support for Baron.
Ooh. It's going to be difficult to make anything of it, but it's certainly not going to be impossible.
No, I mean, you can maybe get mid turret here. They're not going to be back in time to actually stop it as long as you push this out like right now. I don't think Jin can kind of weather the 4 people or the 3 people that are here at all.
Yeah. Tower destroyed, and yeah, there's going to be at least a little bit. But how much more can they get off of it? That's what each and every player in this roster is asking, because you go down here, you are going to be, as we said earlier on that series point. As we remember, this is a single elimination bracket.
That, and, you know, the other reason that you've got to make sure that you're getting as much as you can from these things is, like, Dizzy's up gold now because they got the kill discrepancies they were missing. Oh, that was a 4th shot.
Oh, this is looking rough. Holy carrot. Gonna be the first one to be engaged upon, but there's gonna be Freakter going in for the engagement, ulting on in, putting everyone in a single place. Berserk is active, and Rex coming in. Papilio on the opposite side, jumping over the wall. Curtain Call is gonna be there, but there's gonna be a little bit extra damage, trying to find something, but it's gonna be nothing at all. Still, Papilio is going to be able to find out on to Rex, but that's all they do connect to because of that Ref trying to make something happen. But holy carrot's going to be the next challenger, and that leaves a triple kill coming down in.
Oh no!
Oh my lord, that is absolutely tragic.
I know what you were thinking right there, brother, but no, there were all 5 of them.
That is so sad.
My pal, my captain, oh my captain. that was. Ooh, man, this game will not make up its mind. It either wants to
It
be
really
back or
won't.
fourth. We can't just have it. We can't just have a game that's going to just be like, oh yeah, they're in the lead, they're gonna win.
It's gonna be very difficult to really keep up this pressure. Can they make it happen? I mean, seems like another engagement's gonna be found out in the mid lane soon enough. Only a 2K deficit at this point. It certainly could go either team's way. But Feedonomics, it's definitely not going to be a close one if you lose out on some of these real game-changing players. And at this point, Nostalgia looking to possibly make some fights. It's going to be Holy Carrot on the opposite side of the wall. Charm somehow connects. That's going to be Drake looking to be prioritized. Both teams going to want to try and fight for this. You want to burn this down fast. Curtain Call comes out, but there's going to be the Drake. No room for error. Smiting it at 400 HP. Papilio coming over to the opposite side, but it's going to be Freaktor. Going to be really keep up the greats. Holy Carrot comes on in, but they will be starting to be fought up for. It's a double pushing them. Both jungler and mid fighting for this one player, but Ref on the opposite side going to be in a very low situation, and it's not just them. There's going to be Papilio going in for the next, and they will be able to find it. Rex is going to be able to find out on Freaktor, but it's just not going to be enough. With Rex going for a double kill, that might exactly do it. I was a little bit skeptical due to the mid lane dying, but that's going to do it. It's an absolute domination. Forgiveness still coming on in. Leaves going to try and make their way out. Blast Cone comes up, and the Ahri Spirit Rush going to be necessary, and possibly nothing to be found. Never mind the rest. Oh my god, and Leaf still finds one.
Oh, but the gets bailed out by the W. Gets bailed out by the Yorick the Yorick ability on Jordan Bot's kit. That's also another throwback to how long I've played League of Legends. But really, really well. Man, what a game! What a time to be alive watching Blue Otter League.
Yeah, 22 kills already. It seems as if this deficit they were put into is starting to really climb the other way, but there still is, it's basically
the gold's tied right now.
Gold
Man.
is
The
still
objectives,
tied.
the objectives are that these games are just really well done.
It's genuinely 9 kills for this one player, 1 death. Absolute insanity. You gotta give him credit where credit is due, and despite that, they are still just this close in gold. It's an absolute tragedy, and a part of it comes down to the 2 turrets, a part of it's going to come down to grubs that were converted over for Team Dizzy, but it's just so sad.
Yep. I'm sorry. There's background noise in my house. My dog is howling because he's being provoked. Forgive me. But yeah, and also we've kind of hit that lull of the lull of legends where we're just kind of watching the rigmarole, the regular stuff.
Hey, Deathcap just got built.
Yay, Deathcap City. I can't wait until Silas gets one. Silas has a bunch of really fun items right now, actually.
Yeah, we see him going for a little bit more with Nostalgia coming on in on the side. Lots of, well, not lots, but a little bit of tankiness, I could say, from this Silas, to be honest. I mean, definitely just the standard build, but they won't be going for anything too crazy like a Leech Bane, like a Rabadon's Deathcap just yet. But let's see what they can find off of it. Obviously, Papilio, a little bit of a front-lining character, and they will be playing it a little bit. They want to go for an assassination, going for the flank around the side, but Forgiveness has been able to call them out. Still, though, bit of damage comes out onto Nostalgia. Not going to do too much off of it. They will have priority towards the Baron. We saw them earlier be able to take the last Drake. Let's see if they can convert this as well. Obviously, with them on Soul Point, this is a big thing for them to be able to get. Gives them a lot of priority. Curtain Call is going to be opening up. Jordanbot will be connected, but Ref's going to be the one to fight. Sun comes down. Not going to be able to get much. Forgiveness on the flank. Looking to get something, but they will instantly go in for the Zanyas. Now they have to get over the wall. Going to be able to use a Blast Cone to do it. Silence comes out, and instantly Holy Carrot gets burned down. Now do we get back to the rest of the team? And at this point, they want to try and fight for this.
Yeah, I mean, in Forgiveness, teleporting into the lane, super useful as well. not trying to do too much as far as, going in, because he is at half HP. He no longer has the Arya ultimate to get out. He does almost have ultimate again, though. So there's a possibility that he can take freaks. And then, if he ults Rel with it, then you could say that he has a freak on a leash. For a moment. But, right now we're still kind of back to the resetty spaghetti situation. You have Dragon up in 30 seconds, so neither team really wants to fight until that objective is up. Maybe force something there at that point. Walk them into that again and force a fight. Ref is getting
It's a little bit
big.
disappointing. After getting the kill onto Holy Carrot, nothing really came off of it. So, we'll see if anything will change now that this break is about to be up. 3 seconds until then. And yeah, a little bit of surrounding the extremities is coming out, but the current call active it once more. Stun's going to be there onto Ryan Pakes, not going to do too much. 9k HP starts to decimate very quickly. Airborne's going to be there. Still though, there's going to be the Drake going over, and that's the Soul as well. Instant demolishing. And that might just end the game right off.
Died there. This is definitely probably Baron for sure. That totally made sense.
And now we are clearly seeing what you meant by that ultimate being impactful, and just gonna end it. The world ender. It's gonna be rough to get the kill. Leave is dead, and at this point, only Holy Carrot remains, but they're gonna be chased right down by Forgiveness as well, by the looks.
Yeah, they're duking it out in the mid lane with Forgiveness. I don't know. I mean, this is another really well played game by Ember. They're up 12 kills again. They do have the 5k gold lead at this point. Really their match to lose. I suppose they could accidentally draw the game out to 6 minutes or 7 minutes longer, right? And have a Elder Soul that they lose. But other than that, I really feel like that this is their match.
Definitely seeming like it.
Yeah, but I ain't hear no bell.
That is true. That is true. But the Baron buff will be active.
What a
will
good
be supporting
ult.
him. Freak are going to try and get some value in. There's going to be the ult coming in from Papilio as well, trying to make something out of nothing, but Rex able to find the first. There's going to be going in. Rex, despite them having that extra bit from the Renata Glass, going to be falling down short. And a double kill comes in from Forgiveness. We do see Ryan Pakes up towards the top side. Very little HP on them, but marching down the mid lane, it's going to be Ember Phoenix looking to bring back match point and able to do it relatively swiftly. By the looks, all that's left is Ryan Pakes able to get the back off. However, just look at this. There's no first tower. There's no Ryan Pakes. And there's almost going to be no second tower.
Prod, can I get another nom watch really quick before the game ends?
How does Ryan Pakes never die?
Chomps, but we have 6,400 HP or something like that, right? Is that what I'm seeing over there, Prod? Can you confirm in my ear? I am ridiculous. I need to start guessing on how many jelly beans are in buckets. That's what I'm hearing. But yeah, another great game by Ember to sort of close that one out. The same deal on just having a really tanky top laner seeming to work out there. Damage sort of in the same way as Cassante came in a weird way. Where, you get to build HP and you get damage, sort of like Cassante gets to build resistance and he gets damage. We're kind of running out of those heroes though, right? Ornn is still available.
I mean, yeah, they got the Ornn left. They got something like maybe you want to run in the Volibear if they do get that chance. Obviously, it was banned a little bit earlier. However, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to go to a short little break here. We will be back after this. And we are back. Game number 4 commences. We have returned. Right now, we are seeing Ember Phoenix up to the plate. Can they make it happen in a 3-1 finish? Will this go to map number 5 like we predicted at the start? That's what both these teams are going to be wondering. That's what both these teams are going to be asking. Back same to tried and true. We see that Volibear, we see that Diana, we see that Ivern and Aurora all banned out to start us off.
Yeah, and I do think that we are to the point of Bravery where it's just 3 bans now. Instead of being the full 5 that you would normally get.
I do believe you are right, and we will see what does commence and what does get ended. We've seen this last ban get flexed a little bit, but it is going to end up being more. So, makes sense. They've been doing it all night. They're going to do it one last dance, possible. Maybe it will be another. But Lucian getting picked out. We've seen this pick coming out a lot lately, and you got to enjoy. We saw the bot lanes get picked first last time with that Ashe getting matched with the Jhin. This time it's going to be a Lucian. Be locked in first.
Yeah, and like we've mentioned earlier, I think it's wild that 36 champions are banned out right now. Sejuani making it through. They were banned out the last time. I do think that Sejuani may be top lane.
Really?
Yes.
That is a crazy.
I would assume that because and I'm only guessing that because the ban came out after in game 3, it came out after jungle was already selected, right? And I guess Nefiri could flex because Nefiri was in the last game, right? I'm not crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, so
picked up as the jungler.
So that could have been flexed to the top lane, but Sejuani was banned afterwards. Mm-hmm. So I just want to see a top lane Sejuani. I actually like that. I do remember that working for a little bit of time. I guess it still does at the moment.
There's a Jinx 2 matchup against that Lucian, and certainly an interesting pickup. It's a very strong one in my personal opinion. Definitely one of the better bot laners. And yeah, I'd like to see what does get matched with it. Maybe they're going to want to do what they did in the previous matchup and lock in that support. It's going to be a Rumble, possibly in the top lane, possibly in that support position. We did see it played a little bit in the LCK the other day, so who knows what this does get picked up in.
Are you saying it may not be Rumble in the jungle?
I think Rumble jungle's alright, but I think it's a little bit out of the meta now.
Okay. I mean, I think that it's wild that Rumble is flexible in every lane then.
It's insane. And a Trundle. Yeah, I mean, Trundle's in a similar spot. It could be jungle, it could be maybe if you're crazy, it could be mid. But
I think Trundle is going to be their mid laner. Their mid laner. Good lord. Thanks, Cherry.
I mean, I've seen it. That's why.
Be the top laner.
Yeah, that does make
the
most
jungler at worst.
I think it is interesting. Okay, and then Arise gets picked up, so that's also in a similar spot of a lot of these characters where we could see it mid, we could see it top. I think probably gonna be top.
But I think Rise has the better top lane. I mean, then that would put Sejuani in the jungle.
And that would make more sense.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not as fun. Isn't that what you said earlier?
I think it's fine. I mean, I think that Sejuani is just not a very fun character.
What?
I mean, it's alright. It's just not like what I like. I like to see pentakills. I like to see shit on everyone.
Give me 6 years ago mid lane Sejuani with that fire grasp. Give it back. Give it back, League. Give me back my shield on Silasy. You cowards. That was cool. That was fun. I like that. Come on, next pick. Because these 2 bans aren't going to happen, so we can just kind of technically... Do we get to push through those or no? How's that work, Prod? Do we have to sit through these picks?
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
We just wait the 30-second timer out. So we talk more comps. The Ember is more blue.
Ember is definitely more blue.
And the Why is the Ember team not the red team right now?
Now that I think about it, you're not wrong. Why
They're saving
is
it
the
for game
Ember
5.
team
You're
not?
right. They're saving it for game 5. Good talk.
I see. Well, I think if you like switch out the Trundle for, maybe like the Jinx, you'd get an even more blue comps. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe we should just like get them to
Just
pick
trade.
up Trundle ADC.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they can just swap between teams.
Yeah. Sounds
All
fair.
right.
Oh,
Velvet.
more
Yes,
blue.
it
More
is. It
blue.
is a top lane Sejuani then. Nice. I mean, it could be a support Sejuani, I guess, technically. But I do think like he's going to be playing him.
I think you're focusing on the wrong thing, and that's that we're also seeing more red coming out from Team Dizzy. They really are just going to be swapping sides, with the blue side having the red team and the red team having the blue sides. Like, what even is this? And look at that, even more red, even more red. This Trundle is just an outlier.
Team Dizzy has a very scary bot lane now.
That's gonna be different. That's to say the least.
That's not a fun. That's not a fun matchup.
Yeah, that's gonna cause a lot of pressure, Jinx to say the least, and especially since Jinx really does rely on that.
I'm wrong. Technically Poppy could come in here, but I don't know if they play it.
I'm just worried about the damage output that the rock of Poppy.
Well, I mean, what? No, Poppy would just be your tank. Melio, okay. Okay, Melio, I understand. You can kick Leona away as she's dashing in with your soccer ball. But I'm always scared to be a squishy like support into a tank that has a bunch of CC, especially when it's like, I don't know. That bot lane can throw out a lot of damage real fast. Mm-hmm. Like Lightbringer plus like the sun passive is just so much damage immediately. So we'll have to see how it works out. You know, we've got our teams, we've got our comps. Team Blue versus Team Red. I don't know. I'm kind of wanting to see game 5, so I think I'm gonna go with Team Dizzy again. I do kind of like Team Dizzy's comp, but at the same time, like Ember Phoenix is running Sejuani in the top lane. Sejuani in the top lane. Or in the mid lane, which is even crazier, but it's in the top lane. I'm just messing around. But still, like guys, don't go anywhere. It's gonna be fantastic to watch. I don't even care, Cherry. I'm taking us to a break. You can deal with it. Cry in your corner. We'll be back in a minute, guys. Don't go anywhere. Game 4 is on the horizon.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more on the Rift, ready for game number 2. Not game number 2. What? 2 times 2. It is 2 wins, some would say, for one of these teams, Ember Phoenix. Currently up 2-0 in this best of 5. One more win. They are going to punch their ticket up to the playoffs. Can they make it happen? We do see invades happening left, right, and center today, and already we're going to be seeing Ember Phoenix doing
Oh,
what they did
this
last
is smart. I think that like Rumble is gonna go up here to try and give it an early ward into this, and he's gonna get jumped on. Yeah. This is gonna be a flash for. Oh, figured it out. Well done,
Absolutely.
Ryan. Did not fall for it. Wards go down. Sneaky, sneaky.
Currently, Team Dizzy is still in a decent spot. Let's see if they can keep it up. Can they make this game their own? Really is what everyone's going to be asking themselves on both these teams, because the game, certainly, you are on the team of Team Dizzy. You just need this one to equalize this. If you can't get that, you're going to be in a rough spot. And honestly, it's an interesting idea coming in with Amelia. We've seen them playing a lot of tier characters tonight, and to move over to this, it's going to be an odd one. Obviously, that Renata Glosk was a big factor for them. Really
it's a piggy in the middle. Look at that pig in the middle. Yeah, buddy. Like I mean, okay. I can see it. I can see it actually working. It's also, that's an interesting mid matchup, because there are a couple of things that Mel will be able to reflect. The ultimate is the obvious big one that I can think of. Well, no, because is it a targeted skill shot? Or is it just a fired skill shot? It's just a fired skill shot, because you can block rocket, right? It's like, so it's fired. I was being silly there. So as long as if you can deflect a direct impact from it, I think she may also be able to actually reflect the E that comes out. You'd have to time it like perfect. But I think that technically it would still count as like a traveled skill. If they flashed away. Be really cool to see happen. I'm not even sure if that's how the interaction works. But that's my guess.
It is interesting. We see this Sejuani already leave lane and just kind of start to dive down. Maybe we'll be getting an early gank towards the bot lane. I don't know how accessible that's going to be, but already coming right back up. And Ryan Pakes, they've been constantly on the better situation. This time not going to be the case, with a bit of an...
Ooh, the flash comes out!
Oh, stun's going to be there. And holy carrot, they will get a bit of extra damage for their troubles. Getting that extra bit of application going to be nice, but certainly won't be the greatest. Engage is going to be alive, and Leave is going to take their reign. There's the kill already converting over, with Leave finding that first blood nice and easy. Most of these games oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like I was saying, that damage was just too much there in the beginning, right, with the ignite. Emilio's just gonna have a hard time if he ever gets caught out like that in lane. Also, just wanted to say hi to the raiding party that came over from Titan Esports. Welcome to Game 4 of the Blue Water League semifinals between Team Dizzy and Ember Phoenix. Back to you,
Look at this extra damage being applied onto the Sejuani in the mid lane. Such an interesting pick, yet it is not going to be giving any scare over towards Ember Phoenix. Or sorry, not Ember Phoenix, Dizzy. They've been able to really just keep this matchup alive for them and keep this in their favor. So, ref, they are just going to be on the back foot once more in this top lane. They have a bit of range to their kit, so they are going to want to try and play that to their advantage. And Ryan Pakes, we've seen them on some really good carries, this time on the Rumble. First AP top winner we've seen tonight. Definitely, both teams been playing it pretty well.
Yeah, the top lane's gone really kind of back and forth for both laners. Like the laning phase is normally pretty even. Speaking of, that was a big stun. But nothing gonna come of it. They're gonna save their jungler, the equalizer. Not really doing much. Zoning. It's a message ultimate.
3v3. Ember Phoenix currently on the back foot. However, this definitely seems like the opportunity to bring it back. Double going to be able to connect. Holy carrot. Be able
Holy
to get
carrot
this
with
back
the
in their favor.
4-man stun, but they do have to give up this Cloud Drake.
Freakter possibly looking to connect. We've seen Freakter able to do it before.
No.
This time not
Freakter
doing
knew
it.
better. Freakter knew better. There's no way they were gonna try and do that. They're not on the Bard this time. You're not gonna E in and then Q to steal the Drake. I mean, it would be cool. It'd be super awesome, but it just would never happen. I mean, there is a bit of a gold lead. We've got 1,000 gold over on the side of Team Dizzy. The engage coming in.
And Jordan Bot looking to make this a little bit worse. Oh no, oh no. The Ignite just so potent. And Papilio get out scot-free, leaving this with 2 kills. And we said it earlier. At the start of the stream, I was like, oh, well, these two teams are both really good. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a game 5. But it seems as if, I mean, obviously can't count your eggs before they hatch. But game 5 might just be inevitable.
Maybe. I would say both teams have been in a situation on where they've looked behind like this, and like it turns at the coin and it flip like a coin flip. So there's no way to say for sure, like you said, if the game is over until it's actually over. The bell has to ring before both of these teams stop swinging.
There's Holy Carrot taking a bit of the forefront of this damage. Once more, the healing is going to be there, though, from this Milio, who's, to be honest, they've been having a pretty rough game number 4, to say the minimum. And maybe they can bring it back. Maybe they can get a little bit of application. However, they're going to be lower on that level 6, rather than the Leona, who's going to be able to get there relatively swiftly. Another objective going over for Ember Phoenix, though, with nobody really close to being able to contest. The Trundle possibly able to make some kind of damage. But honestly, I think this is really good from the side of Ember Phoenix. You would expect a Trundle to be pretty strong early game, just because when it comes to objectives, they can just burn them down relatively swiftly. However, this time, it's going to be not even close to their game. They're going to be off of it completely with both objectives going in their opponent's favor. And at this point, they need to make something if they want to be able to be in a better spot. Obviously, this gold lead definitely favors them with about 1,000. However, that favorable gold lead is not going to size up to the soul that could be awaiting.
I mean, yeah, but that's still a far way away. I would be less worried about that. We do have... I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what the new dragon is yet. I haven't looked at the pit to know for sure. I'm more curious about, like, whenever the top lane will actually get Fight 90. Alright, here comes a pillar. Rex got moved too fast there. Okay, so it'll be a Kimtech. The Drake that, you know, the world forgot about. Alright.
Yeah.
Creature should be able to get that.
Oh, that is rough. Flash gets expended already. And that's also the cleanse to be brought out.
Neither of those things you want while Freakter is level 5, right? You're Freakter's sitting almost at level 6, and once they get that, this will be pretty problematic.
Yeah, it's already pretty problematic with Papilio coming on down. Jordan Bot trying to find something, but Nostalgia finds the first. There's Rex coming straight on into the bot lane. Want to get something, but the root's going to be there from the Jinx. That utility is so impactful, and it's so strong. Forgiveness going to be able to find one. Papilio going to be taken down, and it leaves this to Freakter, trying to be someone to get out, not allow any more kills to convert. Forgiveness so low. Rex so low. Jordan Bot so low. Nostalgia is going to be the only one who can really contest, but they won't either.
The heal coming out. Like, where? I'm so. What was that kept him alive there?
Who knows?
Not me at the moment. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Am I missing it on somebody? Yeah, Emilio has heal. Okay. I think I was just looking at the wrong team for a second. And I was looking through Summer's spells going, where is it?
Look at
Yeah,
this.
that
The
is
Rod
Bros.
of Ages already being bought out. Only like, I think 10 minutes into the game when they got that. Leaves you to think this is going to be a really good game for Ref. Last game when we saw them on a bit of a more tanky champion, that being that they didn't do good. They didn't do great at all. This time, however, it's going to be a very different story. They've been able to really put in the work. Bit of an engagement, scuffling in this scrimmage in towards mid. Going to leave an airborne for Freakter, leaving them in a bad spot. However, double stun coming in from that Shadow. Oh man, Forgiveness barely going to be able to escape with her life, but Ref possibly going to be able to find a kill to just get that consolation prize.
Yeah, and Rise is going to be a hero that really doesn't... Like, I think Rise actually goes well against their team comp. And if built correctly, which, I mean, you know, we're playing in Masters right now, he most likely will be. Rise is kind of able to step towards 80 heroes, right? Like, Solution could be kind of put away come the later game if Ref is still this like big blue menace in the top lane.
There's another plate down for Ref, and still though, gold lead is in the favor of Dizzy, and it's starting to get even bigger. 500 or so across that differential, and it's a deficit that won't be cleared up easily. However, it doesn't really matter too much because when Dizzy has a lead, we've seen time and time again, they're good at containing it. They're good at being able to keep it up. Unless a big team fight goes down for Ember Phoenix, they don't really have a good way of being able to come back from a deficit like this. We do see a bit of tankiness has already been acquired from Forgiveness with them buying a lot of magic resistance, and with the Rumble and the Mel, I'd imagine that this is going to be really impactful.
Yeah. I'm kind of just trying to pay attention to this, like, or kind of looking at this in, I don't know, like, we still have no real gold advantage. The fight is breaking out. Oh my goodness.
Oh, possibly going to cause a little bit of a detriment, but there's the Leona coming on out unscathed.
All of that in the top just for nostalgia to come over there and borrow the blue buff. It's really nice to share with your opponents. Pavilio is just, he's just a giver, man.
Oh. At this point, Fates of Warfare has been anyone's opportunity, I believe. I mean, already we see Team Dizzy with the forefront on it with that 3 kills, getting it in that regard. However, Jordan Bot coming on out of the jungle, Holy Cared as well. Looks like we will be seeing the first tower destroyed, and that is going to be a very, very good start. You know, it gives you a lot of advantages when it comes down to it. Team Dizzy is going to be a team that you can't give these advantages. You can't let them get it because they will run away. And it seems like that's just going to be the case. Now, I want to get your thoughts.
Yep.
Do you think there is any world where we get a game 5 right now?
Well, no, it's 14 minutes, or it's 15 minutes into the game. It's not going to end anytime soon. But yes, I do think we are going to get a game 5.
Thank you. I think that, how long do you think? Do you think we'll get the standard 30 minutes like what we've seen so far? Or could we go into like that 45, 50 range?
I don't think that the games between these two teams go to the 45-minute mark or anything like that unless they both start playing very, very, very passively, or they both have very like clear heavy comps. You know what I mean? Like that's gonna be a Froggen and Nivea kind of game more than anything else. Once again, I'm showing how long I've played this game. but I just good engage. Freaked are immediately flashing out from that. We'll have Hex Flash, right? Yeah. Last game, Freakter kind of did a fun thing and took Unsealed Spellbook on Rel.
This HP deficit is starting to crumble with the Rift Herald. Finally, Ember Phoenix is able to get a Rift Herald. Every single game, I believe, it's been the side of Team Dizzy to be able to take the Herald. However, this time, Ryan Pake's getting called out in the top lane. Going to be taken down, most likely. Papilio's coming in to support. However, they might just be walking into their doom. And never mind.
Equalizer doing a lot of damage, though. It definitely did work.
Rift Herald gets dismantled, and it leaves this to a bit of a standstill.
Kind of. We're all working our way towards Drake.
Yeah.
It's up in 30.
Not too big of a Drake. Both teams definitely going to want to get it, but it is not the end of the world. Don't.
I mean, I don't know. If I'm Team Dizzy, I kind of really want this Drake over Ember Phoenix getting it, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I think that it definitely would be nice, especially... Wait, we have another Ember... we have another...
No, it wasn't... I think that I just saw it wrong and it wasn't Chemtech, and I was just crazy. But I thought that it was green.
Well,
but you may not be able to see it.
I think you were referring to the last one, no? Because the last one was Chemtech.
Oh, the last one was. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Sweet, dude. Like, we have Ember Drakes all over the place.
Every single one. That's why Ember Phoenix is going to win this game, because every game has been an Infernal Drake. However, this does not seem like it's going to be the case. Forgiveness already at low HP, along with Nostalgia. Everyone's getting down and everyone's getting dirty.
Oh, Ryan is showing up on the side. Flashes in.
No, oh no. Absolutely tragic. Ryan Pakes on a triple kill, coming right on into the fight, instantly being that deciding factor.
Yeah, I mean, just a really good team fight there from Ryan didn't even use the equalizer in that fight. Like, literally the reason that you pick Rumble in League of Legends matches is so that you have the equalizer for objectives. And it wasn't even used there, and they won the fight clean.
Yeah, that was in no way close.
I think that you were very, like, you're starting to have the warning sirens start to go off, like, in this game if you're over on the side of Ember Phoenix, because, like, I don't know if you realize that he didn't use it, but if you do, you're like, oh no. Oh man.
Yeah, and with all the bounties, I think if you're a betting man, it's definitely seeming like Team Dizzy's going to take this map.
Maybe. It's still way too early. There aren't enough actual objectives taken yet. Once a couple of these, like, towers start to fall one way or the other, then I'll feel a little bit more, convinced. Holy Carrot, you got a flash? No.
Holy Carrot does not have flash. It's around halfway mark on it, and that's going to cause them to fall down. Big kill, for sure. It's going to shut down and give a little bit of extra gold over. But,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling about this yet. It's around 2.5k lead still. And it definitely is winnable. But, like, it's just so difficult to get a win here. I mean, you're going up against a Leona who's got so much utility already. Whether or not it's the Locket, whether or not it's the Merc Treads, everything that this Leona's built is going to be difficult to destroy. And it gives so much sustain over to the team. So, I'd like to see them get a little bit of extra value with it. We'll see how they do end up out, though. Bit of an engagement possibly coming in over this Golem. Papilio is going to be the first one into the engagement. However, Weave is right in pursuit. Everyone from the side of Ember Phoenix backs out, and they are looking to just create another standstill. 2 minutes and 30 until the Drake does spawn. Whoever wins this fight, if it does break out, will most likely be able to take that for free.
We do have the Haunting guys on Rumble now as well. So, like I was saying earlier, that this next equalizer that gets dropped in the next, like, 10 seconds here is really going to hurt this whole team.
Well, they might not even be able to get it out, because Ryan Pakes is already taken to the floor, so that is going to leave Team Dizzy in a bad spot for when it comes to this Drake. Now, this is always going to be 2 minutes until that does happen, so they will likely be able to get Ryan Pigs back into the engagement if they so do need. However, if you are on the side of Ember Phoenix, you can create a better position for yourselves by just setting up. If you're on Team Dizzy, you really do have to respect this because of the man advantage over here, especially when you don't have Holy Carrot on your squad. It's a 4v3. Likely, you're going to want to force this out if you are Team Ember Phoenix. But the stun's going to be there, and they might be able to get anything. Ref's going to be having to force over the wall. Double airborne effect has been reached, but flash over themselves. Freakster trying to get anything, but Freakster going real in close. Ref almost getting taken down, however, not just yet. Still, Ref is going to be taking the forefront of this engagement. Holy Carrot finds the kill, and it's going to go back over to Team Dizzy's side. I think Ember Phoenix just played that way too passively.
I don't know if it was so much too passively. Like, I don't think... Honestly, I'd have to watch that fight again to know what exactly went wrong with it. I was kind of lost there watching like the support get bombed on. Speaking of getting bombed on, Leave is just doing a ton of damage at the moment.
Yeah, I don't like this too much. I think this might be a little bit too rough to be in this situation. There's the Otacon. Not going to give it that extra Guardian Angel. However, the engagement, what on earth are we doing?
We're trying to get some picks. Like, that may have gotten our passive so that we would have been in super charged up form, right? Like, I think at this point we are maybe a little bit of spiraling, just trying to do whatever we can to see what we can get. But, you know, we'll see what happens. Every now and again, you just do that, right? League of Legends is a funny game like that sometimes.
I don't know. I think that this is just looking a little bit too rough. The mentality seems to have been burnt and definitely is resulting in a bad spot. Drake is up. At this point, if you're Team Dizzy, getting this would put you up on Soul Point, and as we know, the Infernal Soul winner has usually been reserved in the game when Papilio is going to be able to complete it, and that brings Team Dizzy up to a good spot. Instant Cleanse has been redeemed, and Papilio trying to make another fight, looking to get Jordan Bot to a low HP. They're already going to be able to do it. Leave going to ult in as well, trying to conclude it. However, the kill has not been achieved. Still, though, no objectives for a little bit. 100 seconds remaining on it, and it's rough. It's really, really rough. That's the only real way you can describe how this game's been going.
I don't know, man. Like, you're still 1 to 2 towers taken, right? There's only a 1 tower difference, and towers are literally the win condition in this game.
Yeah.
Because you really can't win the game without that. So I mean, this is not game over for either team yet. Like, Team Ember literally could turn this around at the drop of a hat. 2 or 3 fights where Ref and Rex actually get to do things and, you know, go crazy. The game flips upside down. It's a very John Madden thing for me to say, but I don't care. Rest in peace, John Madden. You were the real one. Looking at, I still haven't really looked at Forgiveness's build. It looks like he just played a tanky player mid. Like, it's not really an AP weird build or nothing. Fight?
Doesn't seem like either team's going to want to engage here. Both just kind of playing the map, looking to develop themselves a little bit further, but as of now, they'd be playing a 4v4 up towards the top side of the map. We see the Mel about to come in. There is going to be possibilities. Both teams taking a tower early. Finding their way on in. Jordan Bot, low HP. Ryan Pigs going to be at that same situation and themselves, however, a little bit more.
Meanwhile, at Holy Carrot and Forgiveness.
Yeah, Holy Carrot trying to find the kill, but Forgiveness able to dash away. Rex going to be difficult to get down, but Holy Carrot still finds the kill. Still, though, Nostalgia's going to be on the front lines, trying to make something happen. The turret's going to be able to take a couple damage onto Papilio, but they just can't find it. Looking to get something more, but no flank in sight, with only the players at this front side trying to make anything by the turret. Only able to keep it up. Nothing really gathered.
Yeah, no, ref teleporting in definitely saved saved the tower, saved any inkling of engage that Dizzy was thinking. They didn't want to deal with that. What, 2 minutes on Drake. Baron's up, but nobody's gonna do Baron until they get an obvious go ahead to be able to do that for free. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I did put my chips down for Dizzy this game, but like I was saying earlier, 6 kills really isn't anything in the grand scheme of things in League of Legends. That is 2 team fights. So anything can happen.
Papilio gonna try and go for this. Not gonna be able to collect the objectives in terms of just these jungle camps. However, Baron is up. That's what you really got to go for. Both teams are looking to try and fight for it. Lots of split pushing for the side of Dizzy. This is exactly when you need to go for it if you want to be able to win out. But so far that Rumble does have TP online. They will be able to use that if they choose. Looking to possibly take a tower in the bot lane. Definitely going to be a good way to play for this. However, you might just want to try and force out the Baron. Force them to TP themselves. Engagement comes through, and Holy Carrot the first, looking to get something more. And honestly, that's really good stuff. Papilio is going to be hit by the rip, but it's not going to matter too much. They still go in. Rex taking the first front. There's going to be the double. Looking to go for something more, but it's Holy Carrot to try and go over. Over the wall they go, and that's Rex as well. Ref down for the count, and now all up to Forgiveness. Trying to get out alive, trying to be able to steal that Drake possibly. But, oh
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
no.
That's the only thing that you can think of. 30 seconds is too much. Like, maybe you get it if they go for Baron here. And it looks like they're going to. Helio and Rex should be enough to do it on their own. Nostalgia, though. And a teleport coming in.
Now Leave still low HP, but they will be taken down. Nostalgia able to find that kill. A little bit for their troubles, and they might even be able to get the Drake.
No, that should definitely secure the draw. Oh!
That would have been nasty.
Oh, 200 HP on Baron. That would have been unbaronable. I still will not apologize for art. Yeah, Drake's gonna fall pretty, standardly right there. The soul is still on the menu for either team.
Let us see. At this point, Team Dizzy, they have the advantage. 50k gold. Now let's see how they can play this. It's going to be difficult. That's for sure. We're already almost 30 minutes into the game, and nobody has really concluded it just yet. But this active lead in terms of the bounty, 600 gold for this Mel. Holy Carrot. They haven't been having the greatest series today, but certainly when it turns out they need it, they're going to be the ones to show up.
What are you talking about? This whole, we have had, this is the second game where we have been saying, holy cow, Holy Carrot.
I feel like it's mostly been Freakster and Papilio. I'm not going to lie. I feel like
No, game one, Carrot did well too.
Game 1 they did good, but I feel like game 1 was like, you can't count a loss as them doing good.
Yeah, you can.
Well, maybe. We can agree to disagree on that one, but at this point, engagement will be coming on in. Papilio still in the front lines. They have that Baron buff active, looking to try and go for it, but they instantly back off with the Blast Cone. Now Papilio trying to make something. They're fishing for some damage. Not going to be happening just yet, but they still have some extra bits and pieces. Ref can take a little bit extra, and they will have to back up a little bit more. Forgiveness making themselves known, putting up their presence and forcing this turret to stay alive for at least a little bit longer. Now in the mid lane, this march down, crumbling the turret and forcing this extra bit of aggression. Papilio is going to be the first one to be engaged upon. There's going to be Papilio going on in along with the engagement from the Milio. Lots of roots, triple roots. Holy Carrot goes on in once more, and they will be able to find the advantage. Ult comes in from the Lucian, trying to make something, but everyone starts to dissipate, just completely running for the hill.
Tower just vanished, man. 2 inhibs falling right now to Dizzy. Oof. That's have fun with that parting gift.
Yeah, they're creating a bear power with Nexus And this whole base has just been completely imploded.
Yeah, bases have been imploded. Your jungle has been pilfered. Nostalgia, be a little careful. Nah, okay, they're leaving. They're playing smarter right now too. They are also being a little careful, which makes sense.
Yeah, when on Sari's point, you gotta play careful. That's just how it works. Us as humans, we always want to try our best, be as careful as possible, and make sure that we can keep on our toes. Let's see if anything's gonna change. As of now, though, I think Holy Carrot is definitely a player that's going to cause this game to start snowballing even faster.
If there are any fights, like the fights have been, at least in this game, it feels like just slightly off. The equalizer came out a little wide last team fight, or else that would have completely ended the match, I think. So we'll see what happens. They have to defend here. Ryan is sitting off to the side looking for one, getting engaged on now. He may go.
Oh, but look at this engagement. Oh my god, it's going to be Ryan.
There it is. Oh my
These guys are going to be out, but they still don't die. Nostalgia's going to be the first one to fall. That's like the best player on this team, so having them down for the count is going to be insanely detrimental. But Papilio still going in. Root's going to be able to connect from the side of Ref, but they don't get anything. Ref's gonna be hit by Root themselves. Shield goes up, but Freakster still stands strong. Papilio's gonna be able to find the kill. Holy Carrot gets another. These minions are starting to collide, but no. That's gonna do it. A double kill comes in from Leave, slamming the door and slamming this game. A 2-2 for Kona map 5.
Holy guacamole, more like Holy Carrot again. Cherry, we got a game 5.
All right,
Cherry. All right, Cherry. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Cherry was gonna start singing Silver Scrapes a cappella. He said it in break. So
I think that would be really funny.
We're waiting for it.
The only problem with that is that I don't know that song.
Yes, you do. It's the week 5. It's the the finale song in League of Legends stuff.
Let's see. I'm looking this up right now. Silver.
You know the song.
Scrapes?
Yes. It's literally.
Oh, actually, lyrics. Oh yeah, 2012 League of Legends World Cup. And then when I looked it up, it just didn't have the lyric. Oh.
No, that's because there are no lyrics. You're just going to be making the silver scrape noises. It's an electronic song.
Oh,
it's an EDM song, Cherry. Good luck.
Well, unfortunately, it's 1 a.m. for me.
Cherry needs time to practice, so we're gonna go to a quick break. And then when we come back, we're gonna get into our last picks and bans for Game 5, the semifinals. Don't go anywhere.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの指示何を見て何を
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are returning for our last final show of the night. This is it. It has come down to a best of 5. Every character in this game that we've seen so far is banned. So we have, 5, 10, 15, 20, 46 bans tonight. Everyone's gone. Everyone's
And
gone.
nobody's around anymore. It's gone. Like, this roster is depleted now. We'll get to see what comes out now. That's for sure.
This is something. Let me tell you, this is something. I'm excited to see what mid laners we get, because Nefiri's gone, Tristana's gone, Talia's gone, Pantheon's gone, Jin Zhao's gone, Azir's gone, Mel's gone. Then we go over to the other side. Like, that's just one side alone. And yeah, this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be.
I'm gonna get real close. Like, hold on. I need to psychoanalyze this.
All right, let's see it. Let's see it.
Need to make sure everything's going right. Like, I mean, no bans. Like, we're just picking. We're just going back and forth. We're just picking champions. So never mind. I don't even have to do anything. I didn't realize that's what happens at the end of a game 5. Hi, first game
really?
5 in Bravery for me. So isn't that fantastic? I knew about the limited bans, like once you hit game 4, but I did not know anything about this madness.
I did not
It's
realize
wild.
that was how this worked. Well, huh.
Be woo woo woo. Be woo woo.
Well,
Just trying to get some silver scrapes in while we're waiting for these 5 bans to elapse.
wait, we should get this synced up. We should get this synced up.
What do you mean we should get this synced up? I'm not doing that
The
sincerely.
No, bro, that'll be
What do you
hilarious.
mean?
That'll be
No, no.
hilarious.
No, it will not be
God.
hilarious. No
I don't
one
know what
wants
you're
this.
talking
Six people are watching us right now. Nobody wants this.
Nobody, yeah, exactly. Now you get it.
That is not a good reason. Like, I can't believe I'm still looking at this. Aurora getting picked. Hey, we're gonna get to see Aurora and Warwick and all those champions that we've seen
yeah,
banned
it's actually
every
just-
match.
Ivern's gonna come out, like,
Ivern gets to come out. Like,
oh my
Ooh.
god, oh my god.
glad we stalled long enough there. That was almost problematic.
Yo. Oh man. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Smolder, Nico.
Mulder Nico?
I like it. I think Smolder's cool because Ember Phoenix. We saw them before, especially with, I believe it was the Cho'Gath playing a bit of a scaly character. So now we get to see it again with the Smolder being picked out for the bot lane. Now on the opposite side, we'll see what the response does end up being. I'd imagine they're gonna want to go with something a little bit more aggressive. And it's
Okay.
going to be a Nocturne. I was kind of expecting one team to run something like a Nocturne Orianna tonight. However, I guess you wouldn't want to run a Orianna with this.
No, there's probably not going to be any room for an Orianna unless for some reason Freak plays it. But yeah, I figured we were going to get to see a Nautilus now too. All right. Who was getting banned out? Like, Alistar's already been picked, so you don't really have a counter. Leona's already been picked, so you don't really have somebody to match the CC tank. Braum's already been picked. Melio's already been picked. Who do you have that can actually counter the Nautilus from walking up and right-clicking you now?
Oh, that's a good question.
Isn't it? Isn't it a very good question at the moment? That's a scary thought too. Like, Diana gets to come through now. This is gonna be really fun. We're getting to see a lot here.
It is interesting that, I mean, maybe Ember Phoenix is waiting to pull it out later, but not seeing that Ivern definitely is a fun little bit.
Well,
I was
mean,
kind of.
Neither team's gonna go Ivern, are they? Is Ivern played somewhere else?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I meant though. Like,
I guess it could be top turn.
I was kind of like expecting it though, because like it's being banned out every game. So the first opportunity to take it, like, I don't know. Well, we'll see.
I mean, technically, neither team has locked in their jungler for sure yet.
Yeah, there's always the option
Like-
that this is Diana mid.
Yeah, it's Diana mid and like Nico top or something weird
I
like
meant
that.
more like Nico support.
Yeah, I mean, okay. And then Nocturne, like I said, can be played top turn.
Yeah,
But
I think in
feel
that
like
regard,
that's a
though, it's
little
more-
different.
yeah, because then you'd have to put like the Aurora mid, so it would just like not make a whole ton of sense. I think Nocturne jungle makes the most sense.
Are we expecting the Nocturne not to go up? Or I mean the Aurora not to go mid?
I was expecting top. I thought that was like kind of just a thing. I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you expect it mid?
I don't know. I've played against her like 4 times and get really frustrated, and then I tried playing her in Brawl, and like I was like, okay, I get this kid. It's pretty interesting. I like it.
I feel like for the most part we've seen her up towards top lane. You know why?
Okay. No, I mean
Feels
that's
a
fair.
little bit more-
I don't think I've gotten to see her picked in any of these, so I've got no standing on it like that. But yeah, so Taric could be a good counter. I guess Nico support is a pretty decent counter against a Nautilus wanting to walk forward if you hit him with the stun bloom. Or I guess the stun throw out, the E. Yes, because Q is the pop blossom or whatever you call it, and then like W is her clone and E is the other thing. Don't get too pushy.
Gragas.
Really AP heavy team.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking as well. Like, besides that Smolder, like, everyone on this roster are going to be putting up that AP damage. Now,
I think the Smolder even does a lot of magic damage for an AD, though.
oh, yeah, that's true. I don't know, though. Oh, that's good. I like that a lot.
Okay, yeah, alright. Hey, look, we're gonna keep throwing magic damage at you. Here you go. Let me pick the anti-magic damage champion.
Yeah, that might be a little bit too much to deal with. I don't know. I like
I
this
mean,
a lot.
that's... Yeah, it's a lot of AP, like, but... I mean, dude, going Galio mid, giving Galio mid to Holy, like, that might be really fun.
I think,
Okay.
for me at least, here's my thing, right? Now, you might call me a little bit biased. You might call me a little bit insane. But I'm just going to say, I want Ember Phoenix to win this game. Not because I like them, not because I have any, like, actual bias towards them, but because I did a pick'em earlier, and I said that I thought Ember Phoenix would win. And you know what? I want 2800 RP. Even though my Valorant account got hacked and I don't have anywhere to put it on. That Riot Games is going to get it, and I'm going to give that 2800 to you, Feedna.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's fair.
Exactly.
That's very polite, but...
I know. And now they're going to win just because I asked them to.
I don't really know, man. I'm looking at Dizzy's comp.
See, they're not... I think that this is... I don't even know. Honestly, I like Dizzy's comp. I don't know how they made such a good comp out of, like, how many champions have already been taken out.
Really good draft. I don't even mind. I mean, Ember Phoenix's draft isn't bad either, and they drafted more red this time.
That's true. Maybe that's what's going to give them the win, because last game they had a lot of blue characters. On the opposite side, there's a whole mishmash. We got some white, we got some purple, I guess, like, yeah, purple, we got some blue, we got some more white, we got some green.
Okay, so really quick though, looking at this, Ember's going to be running Nico Smolder in the bot lane. Diana. Well, no. So Diana and Yone are both going to be able to flex depending on whoever they're matched up against in the mid or top lane. And then you are going to have Gragas being in the jungle. Over on the side of Dizzy, I guess you can do the same thing with the flex. You can flex Galio to whichever lane you're matched up into the better matchup in. And then Aurora can also flex. Like I said, you're running Nocturne in the jungle. And then that bot lane is really obvious at Kaisa and not the Naughty Dog.
Honestly, I took a different approach to it. I thought it would be more like Smolder, Nico, and then we'd see like Diana in the jungle, Yone mid, and then Gragas. but I do like your idea as well. I think that gives a little bit more flexibility, so I think that's probably going to be more likely than what I was more suggesting, but we're going to go to a quick little break. We will be back right after this, so make sure to stay tuned because we got even more League of Legends gameplay coming your way in a little bit. Peace. And
Harry.
we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you back for game number 5. It's our final dance of the night. We've seen 4 maps go by. And now, here it is. Finale, the showstopper. Let's see who will come out on top. Will unfortunately be brought down in the wild card.
Yeah, I mean, one team goes, one team stays. Like,
We've made it all the way to the end of the road for one of these teams in the Blue Water League tournament. Super exciting. Like I said, we're gonna have to see how this mid lane goes. It looks like they're just gonna give it to Forgiveness in the mid at the moment, and Holy Carrot's just gonna say, "Yeah, we can keep running this matchup back. I don't care, buddy." Yone does do enough mixed damage anyways, right? Like, so, like, Galio's not gonna be in the worst spot for it. It was the Gragas though. You were correct. I was more wrong. Oh.
Looks like we're going to be seeing a bit of an engagement. Forgiveness going to be... Oh, man, Papilio.
Like, in trouble.
Oh, Flash is going to be there, but they're going straight on into Jordan Bot, who will be able to secure the kill. Oh, man, that is actually so rough. But that's what happens when you play a little bit too aggressively. And Ember Phoenix able to pick up a first blood once more. They've been really good at this so far this series, especially when it comes to that pre-3 minutes. Their engages have been looking sharp. Now, seems as if it's going to be a little bit of a rough spot for them with Jordan Bot. Despite having that first blood, not going to be able to get a ton of HP worthwhile.
They're going to be in a situation, too, on where Freak is going to be looking just to flash onto them if they get one more dredge line off, I think. Maybe even if they don't. We'll have to see what happens. He wants it. He wants it so bad. You can see him posturing for it. Ref and Ryan kind of going back and forth. You were right, Tugo. It is the Aurora in the top lane. Also Grasp of the Undying. Yeah.
Oh, Jordan Bot gonna be really low on HP. Gonna have to get that back up. Holy Carrot.
And,
Finds
yeah.
it! Oh no, that is so rough.
Zed passive's really strong. Everything's kind of going Ember Phoenix's way so far early.
Coming on in. Looking to try and make something happen. And at this point, with a bit of HP differential on the top side, probably going to be seeing Ryan Picks trying to get a little bit of extra priority up towards that. However, over towards the bot lane, I mean, if you are this Nautilus, you're going to want to go in aggressively. However, that turret's not going to let you do it. One shot will connect, but that's all that's really needed.
Yeah, they're gonna be in trouble here in a second. Diana's gonna be down there way before Nocturne gets there. But looks like she's backing off. Doesn't want to waste too much time. Kind of showed up on the missing ward right there. Like, there's a ping going out. They have an idea that she's over there, and now Nocturne's also gonna be visible.
Oh,
Cheeky recall.
Ryan Picks gonna go in, trying to just poke and prod, find the damage, and finding it, they will. Wanting to get something more in the mid lane, we do see that Empowered Q is up. Do they have the E? That's the real question. They want to be able to get a little bit of extra damage, possibly find a kill with that Diana coming on by. But that won't be the case. Instead, just constantly see Holy Carrot going up and looking for any of real value. And they will be able to get it. They will be able to get some good shots in using that extra range. And look at this buy coming in from Forgiveness.
It's pretty fast.
3 daggers.
Yeah, he attacks really quick.
Well, I don't know what they're building. Not gonna lie to you. I don't know if you have any ideas. Maybe Wit's End. I'm not sure if that requires 3. Oh. Well, I guess we know now.
Yeah. Berserker Greaves is definitely what he wants, like, right off the bat. And then you can go, like, Bork or something like that.
Yeah, Berserker Greaves
what I would
are
maybe
always...
expect.
Getting that extra attack speed on the Q. Gonna be really nice.
Oh, Papilio!
Ooh, they might actually be able to find something, but let's see. It is actually just going to be the clone that got hit. Oh, wait, that wasn't the clone that got hit. Jordan's bot gonna be found out by the looks of it. The Ignite is, no, my God, leaving that one shot remaining. Absolutely tragic. And there's gonna be the Feats of Warfare. At this point, a 3-2 victory. After losing map 2, after losing map 4, seems all but inevitable.
I mean, games. I just don't like calling it yet.
I think
need to see more.
I don't like calling it, but I think I'm going to, because like you already have Feats of Warfare, and the Smolder, like this is a scaling comp if I've ever seen it.
Prod, can I get a Smolder watch? Can I
think
get
it's
a?
too early to call. Like,
No. We're at 27 stacks. That's all that I wanted to know. Thank you.
okay, so
thank
they
you,
do have
Prod.
the first. They do have the first ability unlocked.
Upgrade.
Yes, but yeah, I think that
route.
Smolder is definitely going to be a big thing you got to worry about. The only thing that's like really going to worry me is that mid game, when like you're really having to play for those team fights, and I think just generally there's a lot better team fighting capability from this blue side. However, with Papilio already finding a second kill on their back, it's just so rough. They might actually be able to get an E off to just replenish that. Maybe. Nope, they won't even try it, which honestly, good for them. They don't want to play too aggressive. They want to make sure they can leverage this lead as much as possible. Interesting. Okay, they are going to go for a lot more tank killing on that
On who?
Well, I meant more in just the way that they're building the Ashes already, instead of going for something a little bit more burst damage, like buying like a Storm Surge or maybe something like that. Which I kind of would have expected, just due to the fact that you're playing that against this Nocturne, against this Kaisa. I thought that might be a little bit more impactful, because now the only one that, like, if you go for like a Leandries, that's only going to really be able to find some value onto that Nautilus, because of the fact that, like, let's be honest, if you're a Magic character, you're probably not going to want to build against a Galio, because Galio is... Yeah.
Well, like, yeah, you don't want to buy, like, straight up AP, but the second ability on being able to do, magic damage per HP is going to be pretty strong regardless.
Yeah, this is very true as well.
Like, the passive would be worth it kind of in that regard, right? And it's not like haunting, like, it's not like Leandries is bad against squishy heroes. It's just not as good as, like, a Storm. Or anything.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm just more so thinking like you're gonna want an assassin, because your Yone's not gonna be like building for them. Instead, they're gonna want to try and play as that front line along with your Gragas. So I don't hate it.
You may be able to weather just like the damage from Dizzy, especially if you're ahead the whole time, which is maybe what they're hedging on.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that aspect. But Ryan Pax, they are up towards the top lane once more. They're gonna keep as well. And
oh my god. Look at the CS.
Oh,
tell me what you notice.
Moly. So I think that there's a lot of things we could notice, specifically in that jungle, however. Yeah, that is a 40 CS lead at 15. Not even 15. I thought it was 15 at this point, but no, it is less than 10 minutes. And there's a 40 CS.
Well, it's 40 CS and 2 kills. Can we see gold by any chance?
Oh, that is.
Yeah, that's going to be a big issue. That was almost a kill over there on that side.
Well,
like, Gragas is doing a good job at, like, surviving through Ryan. What are you thinking?
I'm more so thinking that this might be a kill that they can get. There's a good chance.
Definitely now.
Never.
Like, no, the Q will come out. Yep, there you go.
What? Okay. Well, they do find the kill. Well,
Yep,
we were
there you
hating a
go.
little bit too much, I guess.
Get out
but
of
they
there
might
now.
not be able to get out. Look at how many people are starting.
Yeah, no, they make it. They make it.
Oh, yes, because that's actually insane from Papilio to be able to get that.
Yeah, I mean, good play on him. That's something that they needed. They needed some boost or jaunt like that to kind of get back into the game. They are pinging the dragon aggressively. They may be trying for that next. Didn't talk about it earlier too much, but in the jungle there was going to be a Galio ult that never made it. I'm pretty sure it got canceled by the second form of Q from Yone.
Oh, that makes sense.
But we didn't have. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking it was, because I don't think Nico was down there, and like Diana wasn't either. And I think those are the only other two that would have been in the lane that could have disrupted it. Because obviously Gragas hasn't left top lane.
Let's go ahead and see. It does seem as if Ember Phoenix is already starting their hand at this Drake, and with no real contention, and especially since the Paranoia is not going to be available for Poplio, they are just going to have to wait and bide their time. There's the Chemtech Drake, and now both first objectives have been secured for the side of Ember Phoenix. Going back into the bot lane, Clone's going to come out. Nobody is going to regard it. Instead, it's going to allow that to sit there. They do have to watch this bush and make sure that...
Seeing double.
Oh,
Oh, that was really good on Ryan's part.
honestly, I thought that was like... I don't know. I thought that was just kind of a thing. I didn't think either team really benefited off of being able to not get knocked back there, but yeah, it was pretty good on either team's part. And now Freaker is going to keep alive, and they are still at a low HP compared to everyone else. However, as we can note, this Smolder is not going to be able to find kills for at least a couple, because of just like, you don't got that extra true damage hit. You got to make sure you get that before you can really start dealing out the damage.
I mean, the other thing that we didn't talk about with Blackfire Torch Haunting Guy's item is, you know, that also helps out with jungle clear. Little things that I'm thinking about.
We will just have to wait and see. Aren't we, though? Leave is back in the bot lane, going to be able to secure a little bit of damage and cancel the back from the side of Rex. Oh. Gonna be able to connect the taunt, and the Paranoia comes right on out, but somehow barely taking themselves alive, and oh man, some great stuff comes out there. Richter gonna be started to engage upon, but they will be able to flash over the wall, getting themselves out, letting their opponents kind of waste their utility. And honestly, I'm still caught up at Forgiveness, able to just get away from that ult. Absolutely insanity.
I mean, it was... I don't think I've seen a more absolute person in Blue Otter League like this entire season. He had no HP and he had no mana.
That was absolutely tragic. They could not secure the kill, but they might be able to get one over here, with this being a little bit of a rough spot to be in if you are this Smolder. But Rex is still going to be able to weather the storm, get on
76.
And coming on in, do see Forgiveness once more in a pretty good spot. They will have their empowered Q online, going to choose to start the wave. And now over towards the bot lane, we will see a bit of a trickery of hearing, but all the minions do now dissipate. Rex trying to collect them all, get the stacks up and away. As since Reaver has been bought, Forgiveness going to start going in for the engagement. Holy carrot! We saw them as a really impactful Mel in the previous game.
I mean, I don't know. Like, if I'm Forgiveness... Okay, I think he'll be alright for now. But he should be careful. Yes, he is reset. But yeah. So.
It is definitely
just
interesting
farming. What
seeing Forgiveness switching from Mel, such a just a powerful, impactful character, to something like this Gallia, which just gets a little bit less like damage value, and instead just gets value off of being more of a tank. So I like it a lot from them. I want to see them get a little bit more, possibly. They are still up 7 CS, so you do have to give them where it is due. However, now that this Bork has been built, it could really start causing a bit of a detriment to somebody with this much tankiness in their arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, Ward's getting warded. 3 people still hanging out mid lane to mess with Holy, like, whenever they try to do anything. Freaker kind of hanging out in the area too. Nocturne is nearby. Paranoia is available. Nostalgia is still up by 70 CS.
I'm not sure if Papilio is just like uncomfortable with the character, but Papilio is being like not nearly as good as we saw them on most other legends that they were picking up today. So I want to see them get something more. I don't know whether or not it's going to happen. Freakter possibly going to try and get something. Paranoid does get launched. Going to be coming straight on in. There's going to be the ult. Mom gets pulled, but Triple Sun comes out. There's the Legends rising and leave. Finds their kill, finding their mark, but
Forgiveness.
so many people coming straight on into the fight. Oh, the ult misses, but Freakter still finds something. Forgiveness going to be able to find their doom. And now, stuck in the middle, Papilio so low. Now the flank's going to be online. There's Nostalgia coming on in. Looking to find out Holy Carrot and Papilio all at once. One's going to fall, definitely. The other trying to get out, but not going to happen. There's the kill coming forward from Forgiveness.
The game's only got 300 gold difference, by the way.
Oh my god.
500 now, but like still, like this game is ridiculous. Like these 5 games have been ridiculously close in gold every match. It's disgusting.
I still think that this is definitely favoring.
I mean, and naturally, the last game, it is the most mayonnaise sandwich of Drake's, the Cloud Dragon.
Finally, we're not on Infernal.
Everybody likes Cloud Dragon. It's a very good Cloud Dragon for like winning games. I have been flamed a million times to know now. It's just boring.
Very true. Very true.
It does very little pizzazz, and it only has like maximum efficiency on like 5 heroes. Granted, Nautilus could be one of the ones that is on fringe benefit from ulting and being able to walk faster.
Not in. Maybe another engagement will be seen in the bot lane.
Maybe even Aurora too.
Coming on in, the minions starting to crash against the wave. Freakter coming on in. There's the ult coming in from the Yone. However, they will just be isolated and released to their doom. There's the kill coming on line from Leave, and at this point, the tower will 100% be falling. I was really convinced that this game was going to be a little bit more one-sided towards Ember Phoenix after we saw that open number. They're up 3-0 in terms of kills. However, I mean, you can't count out Team Dizzy, especially not now when they've come back. Able to hit the Q, not going to engage on it, instead just going to back off.
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. So look at Nautilus's items.
Yeah.
Do you see what support items he blocks?
Oh, lock it. Oh, that. Oh, wow. Well, that certainly is. I mean, I wouldn't say this is the worst option. Definitely not the best, though. And there is the kill. Coming on into the engagement. Jordan Bot's going to be able to be found out as well. Just instantly going to be able to devour both of them.
I mean, there you go. That's what you need. If you are on the side of that's what you need if you're on the side of Dizzy. Like those are the plays that are going to get you back in the game. Obviously, it's giving you the gold lead because you're doing you're doing objectives like you have been. Are you just farming that much better? I'm so confused. Where is this gold lead coming from?
It's a very good question. I think for the most part, you'd have to imagine it's just from being able to get shutdowns, but it is definitely not. It makes no sense. Well, actually, I guess the 50 CS lead on the Kaisa would make a little bit of sense.
100 CS lead between like top and
But yeah.
or top and bot. Yeah, so that's where it is. Like, and honestly, then that's your win condition if you're on the side of Dizzy, is just to continue to keep those like CS gaps gapped and play for the late game.
Yeah, the Kaisa's gonna. I wouldn't be surprised if Lee finds a penta this game. Not gonna lie. I think that's definitely the player we gotta focus on. But
So
we'll just keep on going.
yeah, I mean, we just gotta ride it out. We're back in that quiet time. Just sort of sitting there. I'm reading over the chat at the moment.
Oh, look
the
at that.
hook
Freak, they're
lands
able
on
to connect a
Rex.
hook.
Oh,
And yeah, there's Lee
damage.
going straight on in, looking to try and find it, but there's going to be the ult coming in from the Yone, making some kind of play, but they won't be able to get it just yet. Paranoid comes out, able to ult with the Nico as well. Going to be Lee found out as soon as the fight starts, and after that, I mean, caster curse after caster curse, I've been absolutely tearing these teams apart, but holy carrot, going to be trying to go in, but the Galio is not going to be able to find too much. Now, Ref, still going to be in a rough spot, but Nostalgia is going to be coming right on over. As of now, though, Jordan Bot's going to be able to find the kill, and as soon as that happens, we see the side of Forgiveness just backing straight on up.
Yeah, I mean, Otacon is going to fall here in a moment. Once again, I don't really think they can test. Who did he paranoid on top of?
I'm not totally sure. I just know it happened.
It
was a very hectic fight.
Yeah, it was kind of a crazy fight, but obviously, like, if the paranoia target was Smolder in that situation, they would have had. I mean, that would have been a kill secured at least. I don't know if Smolder did anything to help in that fight other than survive.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't turn back around to help out, right? He got absolute, and he said, "I'm out later, bye, forever." So it made sense. Leave. You need to abscond as well.
Oh, look, that double airborne is going to be coming out. Freak, they're going to be able to find the first. There's going to be the hero's journey coming straight on into the engagement. The taunt's going to be there. Double airborne is going to be out as well. Freak, still so low HP. Rex is going to be able to collect on the kill. Now coming down in. There's the paranoia activated. Still, though, this Yone is so separate from the rest of the team. They need to get back in time, but they will be able to do it. Triple kill comes on in, and at this point, Rex is doing Smolder things.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what you need if you are. I mean, if you're Ember Phoenix, this is best case scenario. This is what you wanted the whole time. You do now have the kills to give you the lead. And once again, that kind of like last game with Game Dizzy, you kind of put the other team on a clock because it's like, hey, we do have the lead now. Good luck wrenching it back from us.
I mean, at this point, Ember Phoenix, they're up almost double the kills, but the gold lead is so slight. They are going to be on soul point, which is definitely a big advantage, but realistically, I think Feedonomics, I'm going to take a page out of your book and I'll say, it's anyone's game. I don't know if I'm going to pick any, even though I still want that 2800 RP.
It's understandable. I'm not mad at you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, we continue, and look at that Infinity Edge officially being bought out as well. This damage output is going to be insane coming in from this Smolder. On the opposite side, the Kaisa definitely in a good. Why does the Kaisa have a lost
Have a what?
chapter?
Because they need some AP for their W.
That's understandable, but usually people will buy other items. But lost chapter. Huh. I'm not totally sure what that's going to turn. Like, huh. Well, okay, engagement's going to be out, and there's going to be the ultimate coming in from the Yone as well, as Mom's going to be released, able to find out onto 2, but not going to be quite enough. We do see Frictor going to be at a really low HP along with Papilio. However, it's going to be more Holy Carrot who's going to be the engaged tool, but they will be going onto him, and they will be finding him. A double kill comes out. There's going to be the worlds colliding and finding every which way. That's going to do it, and that honestly might just be the game right there. A double kill comes out from Forgiveness, and they won't be forgiving anything. They're going to march down the mid lane, find out everything. It's going to be a little bit hard to take down this turret, however, it seems as if it might just be done.
Yeah, they may not have the wave to actually end the game now. Obviously, they're going to break base. Break this inhib, kind of back up. They've got 2 minutes on this next dragon.
Really? I thought they could have gone further.
No, they don't, like, you're doing the thing again, Cherry.
I mean, I genuinely thought they could have. Because even though they had no minions, like, the grubs are going to be enough to at least, like, slightly get some damage out. And besides that, there's only a Nautilus to really block them off. Besides that, like, everyone else was still respawning.
it's playoff time. Like you can't play.
That is true.
You can't
That
play
is true.
full throttle like that because if you lose this game, you're going home.
Yeah, I mean, if you just play your game, you're probably going to be able to win this if you are Ender Phoenix, or Ember Phoenix, sorry. So, realistically, they just got to keep up. They're going to get Baron. They're going to be able to do their own thing. They got that Yone. They got that, they got Ref as well. Just sitting around the extremities, making sure nobody's going to be able to contest, and yep, nobody will be able to in the end. Baron Nashor has been concluded. We do see a couple players starting to enter the bot lane from the side of Dizzy, and maybe they'll be able to find something up here, but as of now, Gang 7 Mirage is going to be approached relatively swiftly by Ember Phoenix. Unless something changes, you're going to be booking your ticket in to that playoff.
Yeah, and I mean, right now it looks like, ooh, good dodge by Ryan to get out of that. Forgiveness was going for the coup de grace, basically.
Yeah, it seems as if fights might possibly break out, but not going to be the case. Instead, we will just be seeing the Team Dizzy marking out all these minions, making sure that they will be able to keep up their own thing. Papilio trying to make their way out. However, it does seem like they might just be called out by this entire roster, instantly getting destroyed, and that might possibly just hit the go button. Oh, never mind. They're going to want to go for this last Drake, make sure they have every which buff they can get.
Ugh. I don't know, man. Like this is I don't know, it's just sad. I'm just kind of sad. This game is slowly away. It's about to be 10K here in the next objective. I mean, we're only, I don't know. I don't know what you have to do if you're on the side of Team Disney at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to require a miracle, but with nobody able to enter the Drake pit, we won't be seeing one of their famous steal the Drakes at the last second. So instead, we will just be going over. Bot tower is about to be depleted, and that is going to do it. That's all she wrote for the bot lane, and now they're going to start trying to enter in. Forcing it out, brute force going to be necessary most likely, but as we know that Smolder is starting to get really high up there. Not able to connect the mom, but instead they will just start rushing it down. Next inhib down, and that is going to lead to a completely bare base. No inhibs, no exterior towers. All that's left is these two central ones in that nexus. Besides that, they're completely in the dark.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, this is just like I said, this is a slow dismantling at this point because you all you have to do is walk them in, right? Like I mean you're kind of at the point on where you're ahead enough to where you're able just to kind of walk forward. The other team can't step to you like you need to.
But there's engagement. Freakter already down. Paranoia gets launched. Gonna be trying to go in. They're gonna be able to connect on to this Nautilus. But oh, the double knockup between worlds gonna become lighting, and now it's all up to Papilia, but they're gonna be falling down as well. Going into Xylas.
Online.
Oh, not gonna be able to find anything, and that's gonna do it. A double kill comes in from Rex, and that's it. That's all she wrote. That's all they found, and that's gonna be the playoffs secured from Ender Phoenix.
Yep, GG's to Ember Phoenix. Like, just really having the more succinct game in game 5. Just put it all together. Kind of had really Team Dizzy seemed on their back foot. They seemed really flustered that whole match.
Absolutely, and that was absolutely tragic. At the same time, despite the Gragas not really coming online, the rest of this team certainly put up a masterclass performance. 6-1 with 13 assists, 6-1 with 9 assists, putting up the max damage in the lobby. Absolutely crazy from the Yone. Coming over to the bot lane, we did see Smolder down for the count at least a little bit earlier on in the game. However, towards that ending, as we could see, they were really being just that star player you need to be able to take some win.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and like we were saying earlier, good luck next week. Basically,
That game is going to be the real test, right? If you can take one of the best teams to game 5, that would be fantastic.
Now, we do have to note that this is going to be the number 1 seed that went 6-1 in their division that we will be seeing playing them next week. So definitely going to be a difficult matchup to conclude and win out. But hey, you got any final words for us?
I mean, like I I'm not done talking about the game yet. We haven't even gone over MVPs or anything.
Well,
What,
that's what I was
Sherry?
kind of segueing you to. I wanted you to be able to announce the
You wanted me to announce the MVP.
I did want to give you that honor.
I
I'm
mean,
just kidding.
Chat'll just do it. Like, I mean, like Nostalgia just really had a disgusting game 5. You literally being 70 plus CS ahead of their their jungle opponent. Like it was really disgusting. Like there's no way that he wasn't using pro comps, the draft assistant for League of Legends. It helps you in draft phase. So that's the way to go.
I definitely agree on that one. And I'm going to give you this much to send home, everyone. Make sure to stay tuned because next week we got even more games. But you know what? I'm sure that these teams, when they go into their playoffs, when they go into everything, they're going to be using that pro comp. They're going to want to figure out the best situation for each matchup. And we saw it time and time again in this game where we saw some great comp. And you know what? I think that was only possible due to pro comp. So everyone make sure to check that out. I believe you can find that on the Overwolf extension, but that is going to do it for us here at the Blue Otter League. Make sure to stay tuned for the upcoming games this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, each and every day of the week. Games are going to be played out here on the stream, and make sure to stay tuned for next week because we got even more playoffs to commence. Thank you, Feedonomics, for coming on the stream with me. Thank you, Shivam, our producer, keeping the lights on and keeping everything in check. That's going to do it from us here. Peace.